Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Zelda Speedruns and welcome to the Skyward Sword HD 80% anniversary race. It's the third anniversary of Skyward Sword HD, and it's gonna be the first race on race time since last year's SSHD 80% anniversary race. So another anniversary in that sense. And without further ado, let's hand it off to our commentators, to Jade and to Jasnix, and let's head over to the action.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so welcome to the rare Skyward Sword HD any percent race. This game is gonna be about a 4-hour run. This game hasn't seen too many major sequence breaks since its release, so it's still pretty lengthy, but it's also still quite a fun run, so we got something in store.
I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, and so on Restream today, we currently have Gymnast, who is the current world record holder. He is with a time of 3:57. Flo, who I believe is second place. So we're gonna have some really good competition going today, and hopefully gonna be a really close race. So yeah, I hope you all are excited, and we're gonna be starting real soon. And so I guess just like a quick thing to go over is I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna be playing on hero mode for this run. There's a lot of reasons for that, but hero mode is good for certain things. Most specifically, which you'll see a little later on, is you get a really strong Skyward Strike, and that just makes certain boss fights really fast. So, and looks like we are off.
Yeah, that's going to allow us to perform quite a few tricks that are really only exclusive to hero mode. One other thing I think is that most runners are likely starting with an ancient flower on their fight, which you can just skip collecting one during the run if you already start with one. So that's cool.
Yeah, and to those who are like kind of unfamiliar with the HD version, if you watch like a Skyward Sword like Wii speedrun before and you haven't seen this, there's a few like major differences with this run. The biggest one is that there's no back in time. That's just completely gone in this version. So there's no crazy glitches, at least for a little while. And there's also like a few nice quality of life things. There's really fast text in this version, which is a godsend. It saves just so much time over the run. Also, loading zones in this version are just super fast, so there's a lot of like nice little things that just make the run a little nicer. But yeah, and this beginning part, right now, you're just kind of going through the motions. There isn't really a way to get through this beginning any faster. It's kind of like a linear opening, so everyone's going to be following the same path.
Yeah, you can see the runners also when running, they're like run for the first quarter of the stamina wheel and then they just stop running and then run again for the first quarter. That's because the first quarter of the wheel actually charges, or rather the stamina decreases much slower, which is believed to be the fastest way of running.
Yep. So, quick shout out to Gymnast for the early bonk. He's giving us the first Trump bonk on Restream of many. There will be a lot, but you love to see it. And now we get this practice sword, which is honestly complete garbage. It's kind of can't really do much with it. We only have it for like 8 minutes or something, so don't get used to it. But yeah, this sword. It can't even kill Keys in one hit. It's kind of pathetic, but it's also really tiny. It does not have any range. Yeah, the only weapon in Zelda history to take 2 hits to kill a Keys. Yeah, so I guess like a little talk of the story of this game. We're just kind of going to the cave because we need to like save our bird, and that's just what we're doing here. again, there's not going to be like any major breaks because you kind of have to follow the intended sequence just to get through this early game part. So we're just gonna see this, and I guess this waterfall cave is also, it's like a little mini dungeon, but it's really just a little thing you run through. There's not too much in here.
Yeah, just running. Also trying to make the lines shorter by using the free camera, which is also exclusive to the HD version. Real cool feature.
I guess, yeah, when it comes to lore, if you want the Skyward Sword lore, you're not gonna get it with this run. This game has cutscene skips, you can skip all the cutscenes. There is there's no way to tell what's going on when it comes to the story. We're just doing things. With the text being so fast and no cutscenes, like, I don't know. I think if you want the lore, you gotta watch somewhere else, I'm sorry.
Oh, small trick that's going to be coming up. I believe the runners will try to flap the bird at the same time as they close the 5th text box of Zelda during this Loftwing tutorial, which I believe saves about 12 seconds over just waiting and doing the tutorial normally.
Yeah, this is one of those like weird HD exclusive things because for some reason in the HD version they actually changed this tutorial from the SD version. This is like one of the only actual gameplay differences there are, but this tutorial is completely different. But there's like a weird trick you can do to skip it, or skip some of it, because there's like a section at the end where like Zelda just talks to you that you can make faster.
I think Flo got it. Yeah, Flo got it. Jim doesn't look like he got it.
Yeah. So Flo taking a bit of an early lead. And yeah, as you can see, like it took Jim a really long time for Zelda to talk to him again. It looked like he failed the trick. That's just, if you got it, then Zelda would just talk to you way faster and trigger this next cutscene, but yeah, and this cutscene's actually kind of unique in this game, just because in the Wii version, there's a method to skip this cutscene by just doing like a 2-frame side hop. But long story short, the prompts that are like the save prompts that come up in certain parts in the SD version are gone in this version. And because of that, you can't do that. And there's a few other cutscene skips like that. But because of that, we can't do that in this version. We just have to watch this long cutscene, which I think is probably the longest cutscene in the run. It's surprisingly long.
It's a great one.
This is a high amount of Groose, and enjoy it because we don't get a lot of Groose this run.
We love Grease. But yeah, instead of save forms, we have autosaves, which will allow us to do really cool HD exclusive tricks later on in the run. Yeah, we'll be seeing that later.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because this run, honestly, a fairly common aspect of a lot of Zelda speedruns is save and quits. This run will actually not like use the save function of the game a single time. It's only going to use autosaves. Autosaves basically like get rid of the need to save the game. Actually, I lied. You're going to use it once, but it's very specific that you need to use it. It's very rare for this game to require actual saving though. Autosaves just kind of do everything you want. They, like, say you're spawned for death warps and they, for the certain tricks, you want autosaves instead of normal saves, so. So now we're in this, like, night section. We're just gonna follow Fi until we get the Goddess Sword. Nothing too crazy here, but, this is another section that you don't really see in a lot of speedruns. Like the Wii version, you kind of skip this section because of a bunch of sequence breaks, but again, in this version, you do kind of have to do it. If we can get past those little bars, you can actually probably skip this entire section, but unfortunately no. So yeah, see this nice little cat.
Oh, so cute! Ah! A monster. It's a gremlet.
We think we get like 3 synced remlets at once. Not bad.
Gremlet jump scare.
Yeah, this is one of the spots, if you're watching for flow, this is one of the most like interesting stamina spots in the game. There's so many like these vines here you need to climb with like a certain amount of stamina, and we don't really talk about stamina management, but like that's kind of the biggest thing when it comes to movement in this game is managing how much stamina you have, because you basically just want to use the max as you can, and, like. But in situations like this where you need a certain amount to climb up things, then you need to manage it very wisely. Because if you mess it up, then you can fall, and that'll just be a huge problem. So, stamina management's very, very intense in this game. Definitely the biggest learning curve if you're a new runner.
You know, sometimes that keys can just hit you.
Yeah.
Like you can't really. It's so rare that it just attacks you, but you can't really do anything about it, and then you lose like 15 seconds just because you void out as you jump on the vines.
So say goodbye to the practice sword. It's
A better
had a good run.
toothpick. We have a better toothpick now.
A much better toothpick, and it can shoot sword beams, and that's very cool.
We're going to use the Scout Strike a lot.
Yeah. I forgot to mention also, in case you're familiar with the Wii version too, you might know that like in Wii speedruns, they use the Japanese version because of the text. We actually don't really know what language is faster for this game. Mostly because it just doesn't really matter. The difference in time between like the fastest and the slowest language is probably just gonna be like a matter of frames. So we don't really care, but yeah, I think everyone but Flo is playing on English. And yeah, I believe based on some timings, I know it's commonly assumed that Italian is fastest on Skyloft, so a few runners just play on Italian for fun. There's no real reason to. I mean, I think it saves like 13 frames on Skyloft or something, but yeah, so language in this game is weird though. It's just one of those games where it doesn't really matter at all. There actually is one situation where it does matter, which is you don't really want to play on like Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, specifically because the wing ceremony has a lot more text, and that can make doing the wing ceremony, or not wing ceremony, the loft wing tutorial, like skip. It can make that a little harder. So I just don't recommend playing on any of those languages, but all the other ones basically work the same.
So now, doing a small dive trick to respawn the birds closer to the Farron pillar. If you jump more to the left, you can actually, I think, like barely reach the area in the sky that respawns the bird closer.
Yeah.
It's fairly easy to do. Thankfully, it's not really precise. Later on, when we get to the the Lanayru pillar, we'll be doing a much more precise one.
So now we get to the first of like the surface provinces fair, and we kind of start in like the Seal Grounds, which is this like hub area where there's gonna be a lot of like important story stuff. So, but yeah, so we're off the Skyloft. This is when the run really begins. This is when you really have to lock in when you're doing a speed run. You have to focus. You can't just reset. You're too in deep.
Dodging the Dekubabas, and then I'm pretty sure most runners know about this. If you jump slash to the left down the spiral, for some reason the fade out screen appears a few frames earlier, so that you can save a few frames that way.
Jim is kind of scaring me, because So in a lot of the Wii categories, you want to jump slash down this because you want to take damage. You actually don't need to do that in this version, because there's no reason to take damage at this point. You're gonna heal before you need to death warp, so he's gonna be at 2 hearts for a little while. So that's a little scary, but I'm sure he'll manage.
At least there's a potion in the Seal Temple that they can take. You do want this bottle for later on because it saves time when entering the Fire Sanctuary. In the hard person category though, you can usually skip it. And then one of the hardest part of the run coming up, placing the beacon on the map.
Yeah, let's see which of these runners will or won't get it, because alright, let's see Flo. I got it first try, nice.
Yeah, that was pretty fast, honestly.
Yeah, for some reason, like, the detection on that is just really precise. Like, you need, I don't know why they made it so difficult, but if it's even slightly off the X, it just won't work, so.
Yeah, especially if it's, like, to the left of the X.
Alright, successful beacon by Jim.
Right, Andy.
Oh, he missed it. Yeah, it's barely off, but she still didn't like it.
Oh yeah, second try.
I think 64 mash would be too much.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably not gonna work. Hey, okay, there we go.
Nice. Alright, first use of the Scout Strike power of Hero Mode. You can use it, if you do it well, you can kill all of those Bokoblins at once. And then you want to collect the rupee because of quick text, it's not much slower to collect it. You do want to wait for the enemies to fully disappear anyway.
Rupees are also just like annoying because when the first time you pick up a greener or blue rupee, it'll give you a little text box, and that text box can sometimes just come at inconvenient times, and so sometimes you don't want it. Especially like if there's a Skyward Strike on screen while a text box comes up, then it'll delete the Skyward Strike, and there's a certain spot later on that gets really annoying. So you usually just want to pick them up so you don't have to worry about them for the rest of the run. Alright, now we get to our first Kikwi.
Matchy! So yummy looking. I mean, what? And now we just have to... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just want to mention this is kind of the section of the game that like a lot of community members call like the first cycle of this game, because almost every single speedrun of this Skyward Sword in general has to do this like Kikwi saving section. So and it's basically unchanged every time. So this section is always fun.
Now we get to do a lot of bonking into the mushrooms. We love bonks. Also to knock down this rope, because you can do it early if you bonk the wall.
I counted 1 bonk from Jim earlier, but it's gonna be a lot of bonks to count.
Yeah, 4 streams at once, I can't really keep track of the bonks.
Yeah, this is also like one of those spots where you're gonna see the quick text being really nice, because in the Wii version, all this text is a lot slower. It just makes the segment a lot nicer. I think for reference, like I think this segment is about 7-ish minutes on the Wii version. I think it's closer to like 4.5 on the HD version. It's much nicer.
Also, you have a lot less fight triggers. That for some reason they added fight triggers everywhere on the Wii version.
Alright, I guess you can see the upgraded Skyward Strike here on flow screen. It'll just wipe out all of these Bokoblins at once. Usually it doesn't do that, but in hero mode you start with the strongest Skyward Strike and it just decimates early game enemies. I don't know. I don't think Flo went for it, but there's a little trick you can do here with Lopsa, that's this Kikwi, where if you roll into that tree, like the frame before the cutscene of like Lopsa just like waving at you happens, you can do a weird trick that's just called like Lopsa roll, where you trigger the cutscene early, and it'll just make the cutscenes play out of order. I don't think we are gonna get it. We'll see if I think Andy's gonna go for it. Oh, I missed it.
It's really precise.
Yeah. It's one of those like...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead.
Especially on the Switch, because the game runs at 60 FPS. Like, it's already really precise on the Wii, but then the Switch is just... I don't think I've ever gotten it on HD.
Yeah. And it's also just one of those tricks that, like, it does actually lose time if you miss it. It loses, I think, like a second or two. So it's not really something like, if you're going with like a PB attempt, it's not always something you want to go for. It is so minuscule that doesn't really matter, but so a lot of runners just will choose not to go for it. And yeah, for Erla, who's like the grass cutting one, you have to do the grass cutting in a specific way. Because Erla, if you like cut the grass that's around, that's like too close to it, then it'll just kind of like start crawling away, and it's really slow. So if you do it in like a specific way, you can just make Erla like sit there and you can just talk to it quickly. Alright, so now we get to see the big boy Buka.
Hi, Buka. You'll likely be seeing the runners do side hop as they collect those slingshots. That saves a small amount of time because you can basically trigger the next text box right after collecting the slingshot.
Yeah, you can pick up items in this game that are like freestanding by jumping. It'll just trigger like when you land on the ground, but that's like a cool little thing you can do. It's interesting seeing like in other games, like if in Wind Waker, if you like side hop into an item, you'll actually just get like, it'll just give you the item without any animation, and actually it makes it a little bit faster to get it that way. But in this game, it just doesn't give you the item until you're on the ground.
So very important to push down the log. Well, it's not very important, but it loses time if you don't, because we want to come back there later for when going to Lake Floria.
Yeah, I guess another quick thing is like, the slingshot in this game is kind of funny because, so like this item isn't that useful when it comes to it, because it's just a projectile that doesn't really have any special uses. So you might be thinking like, okay, why don't you just like skip the slingshot? There actually is ways to get out of bounds and skip the slingshot. Like you can get to Deep Woods without it. But the problem with that is, so the slingshot, there's this kind of like weird thing called that we just call the B wheel in this game, where it's basically like the wheel that you select items from. That kind of acts as its own item, where it only gets unlocked when you get the slingshot. Like, if you get any other item before you get the slingshot, then you just can't equip it. Like, yeah, the game will just soft lock because it can't put it on the B wheel because you get the B wheel when you get the slingshot. That's kind of why you have to get it, and that's why even like Wii speedruns, which skip a lot of other items, it's why they still have to get it, because you need that B wheel if you want to get the more useful items, so... looks like Jim went for extending blow, but as expected, didn't get it. It's a RNG trick you can go for. It saves about like 40 seconds. I think we'll see everyone else go for it too.
Instead, we can go for another trick called the cube warp, which is only possible with hero mode. So yeah, so this is the first cube that you collect in the entire game, and Nintendo really wanted you to remember that, so they just have a small cutscene and they teleport you right to it, and you can just get up the ledge if you line up the column properly. Yeah, unfortunately, looks like all runners didn't get extending blow, which honestly is expected because it's a really low chance of being able to successfully get it.
Yeah, it's kind of funky because on the Wii version it's assumed to be about like a 25% chance, but it's not really confirmed, but it seems fairly likely that the chance is even lower on HD. It seems like for some reason it just happens way less in the HD version, so it's not surprising to not see anyone get it. A lot of runners for this game just don't even go for extending blow, because like Flo didn't go for it in this, mostly just because it is slow if you fail it, like you'll lose a little bit of time, but also it's just such a low chance of happening that it's not really worth it a lot of the time.
Yeah, if you were on normal mode or you felt cube warp, you just have to go all the way around like 64-bit is doing right now.
Yeah, Deep Woods is kind of the first, like, one of those like little reset points early on in the run where like there's a lot of things that can go wrong here. So, because cube warp is a pretty difficult trick. The Skyward trick can just bonk off the wall.
Yeah, it's a pretty dynamic trick. So Jim reasonably going around the spider with only 2 hots. You can actually just, if you angle properly, you can roll through the web of the spider, but it's scary, and if you take damage, then you... Or if you die, then you just lose a ton of time.
Yeah. And so this dungeon, like Skyview, it's not the most complicated. You just need to go into both rooms, raise the water, and then you get access to like this room that flows in, which gives you a small key. But yeah, so nothing too crazy goes on here. And this is really the only time we're going to be seeing much of the slingshot, because after this dungeon you see it very rarely. So enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, I guess we do see it quite a lot in Lanewu.
That's true.
And the Lanewu mining facility. Like, there are quite a few precise shots that save a bunch of time over using the beetle.
I think that's like the last time we use it, 'cause I don't think we use the slingshot a single time after LMF. We kind of retire it.
I guess there's one time where I do use it if I like run out of arrows in the Sand Ship. I like to stun the last bokoblin. Wait, no, that's in Hondo. What am I talking about? But in Hondo, like, you have to climb the mast, and then at the end there's just bokoblins are in the way, so I just stun it so it doesn't attack me.
Yeah. So Flo is doing the first of the like fights in this game. This is actually like difficult fights, which is the Stalfos. This fight is interesting. The shield in this game is completely broken. Like, it is just so powerful. The parry window for like parrying attacks is gigantic, so you can just use it, and for Stalfos specifically, it'll stun them. So, yeah, you can just kind of make quick work of that guy. Now we get the beetle, which, yeah,
Best item.
We actually don't. I don't think we see a lot of the beetle either. Actually, It's not used that often. I'm getting the backup seeds. The seed routing for this run is really tight. Like, if you miss even a few shots, then you're gonna have to get some backups. Because yeah, like if you follow the route like perfectly, you're gonna end up basically having no seeds by the end of it. But there's quite a few like easy like backup seed drops you can get, so it's not like a huge deal.
And normally there's, in that same room, in the hub room, you have a bush that if you slash before the cutscene, for some reason it drops Deku seeds all the time. I'm not sure why that happens.
Yeah, that one's weird, because like if after the cutscene it won't always drop it. For some reason, yeah, before it, every time. Flo doing the most exhilarating part of the run, which is pulling this block 8 times, or I think it's pulling it down 7 times and up 8, or then like sideways 8 times, and then you do these 3 eyes. I guess another like little trivia thing, I guess. Well, I'll just go through this dungeon. So this game has button controls. It's one of like the new additions for HD. I don't think any of the runners in the race today are using them, just because there's a few reasons. Motion controls are faster. There's quite a few things that you can't do on buttons that you can do on motion, like quick charging the bow is the best example. Also, a lot of these runners are carryover runners from Wii. And the Wii version, obviously, you had to use motion, so a lot of the time it's just more natural for a lot of people to use motion, especially if you have a lot of experience with the Wii version, but also just helps that it is faster. But there's quite a few button control runners, but the vast majority use motion.
Yeah. So button control they make some tricks a lot easier, if not impossible. Like the fast loft-wing tutorial that we saw at the beginning of the game, the inputs for that are a lot tighter on button controls for some reason.
Yeah.
Because the flat button is the same as the one to close the text box, so you can't really flap at the same time.
Yeah, it's weird. There's also a few things like some of the boss fights. Some people find them easier, than some people find them more difficult on the button control version. The weirdest thing with button controls is the spin attack input, because you need to like flick the stick in a one way, the other way, and then back the first way, which is a little weird. And for certain boss fights, like the Girahim fights, can get a little awkward when you need to do like a lot of slashes in combination with spin attacks. But if you're like if you're practicing enough with it, you can make it work. And in certain fights, like Demise, I actually find is pretty easy on button controls, because when you don't need to do too many spin attacks, then you're fine. Or if the spin attacks are like obvious inputs where they're not like super tight with other things, then button controls can be pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, if you're used to button controls, we can definitely speedrun this game just fine. Also, yeah, you don't need to kill those Deku Bebas if you want to cross a tightrope. You can just, with enough stamina, you can just run and get past them, which is very convenient.
Alright, so now we're about to see the best part of this game, which is vines. These are just incredible. I don't know what waffle iron these were coated with, but for some reason, these vines are just the bane of your existence half the time.
Well, they are evil.
Shouts to the H.
H. Chocolate H.
You could get an H in the chat.
Yes. Type H in the chat.
Now we get Girahim. This little stinker is just RNG in the form of a person. and that's kind of the trend with him. He just loves RNG. This first phase isn't. It's just you do like a sequence of slashes, but the second phase coming up is just going to be complete RNG. You want him to not give dart attacks and not like jump away, because during those you can't really hit him. So, I feel like the jump slash, nice. Yeah, so when he does a little charge attack, you can actually hit him in like the startup frames of that before he hits you. And when he dodges a certain way, you can hit him by just not hitting towards the direction he's blocking. But when he gives you darts, you just need to block them away. I think we'll probably see it though. I think this should cut a little on flows. We'll see it when Jim fights him.
Yeah, vertical darts is like the one attack you really don't want. There's technically a way to clear them without having Germ jump back, but it's fairly precise and you really don't want darts.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there's some vertical darts, just for good measure.
And more darts. And he waits. And he jumps. And more darts. Oh boy. That's some really bad RNG from Jim.
Yeah, this guy, he can be a troll sometimes. Usually, like, the time loss to RNG from this guy isn't the biggest deal in the world. Usually it's only a couple seconds, but like in like Wii any percent, which is a much shorter category, then it can get really annoying. You can lose like 20 seconds and then your run is pretty much like in a dumpster. Like I say, it's not always dead, but it feels like it's dead, especially if you get like a 5 or 6 dart fight. Yeah, so Flo taking quite an early lead. Getting out quite early. Definitely not on a bad pace either. We're actually gonna get... You want to get the Skyview heart container, because the cutscene that you see of like the heart container slowly falling to the ground, spoiler alert, we're gonna be back in this boss room a second time later in the run, and we are gonna have to watch that cutscene again if we don't get the heart container, so you actually like need to get that one. It's a lot slower if you don't get it. And I guess the game doesn't really tell you it because we skip all the cutscenes, but we got the Ruby tablet, and now we just gotta place it in the Gata statue.
A really nice thing of HD that you can skip cutscenes, like even in normal mode. Because if you do play the Wii version on normal mode, like, the game will not let you skip cutscenes ever. So it's a really cool feature. Not that it matters in this, because all players are playing on hero mode.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny how the Wii version controls cutscenes, because so in the Wii version, hero mode doesn't actually like cause cutscenes, but what it will do is it'll be like, you can only skip this cutscene if you've watched it before. So if you want to get like a good hero mode file, you'll need to do a hero mode file and watch all the cutscenes in the game, and then when you go through like hero mode, it'll be like, oh, that's your second playthrough or something. And then it'll allow you to skip all of them, but it's a really weird system. They kind of just got rid of it in HD. You can just skip everything now, but in the Wii version, it caused a few weird complications.
Also at NDs and also all of the runners, you just see this fight trigger showing you the map. If you do get extending blow, this cutscene is skipped because this just shows you, hey, you got this Goddess Cube. That means now you can get this Goddess Chest. Which is not really relevant in the speedrun. But that's another small time loss of performing cube warp over extending blow.
Yeah, it's the only goddess cube we're gonna get the entire run. I get to see this annoying trick by Flo. I hate this trick. You can get this bomb over this little ledge. It's really precise.
Oh,
I got
nice.
it, nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's annoyingly precise, that trick. You need to be like in just the right spot, and you don't have a lot of time to set it up because the bomb's gonna explode. But it does save a neat little bit of time.
Yeah, normally you have to go all the way around across the... Well, roller bomb past the bone bridge to then make the lava flow again, and then you can go to the magma turf. Another good use of the Skyward Strike to kill all these bokoblins. Really nice fight. That was really clean. It's easy to miss one or two.
Yeah, at this point in the run, we're seeing quite a bit of divergence. Because yeah, depending on how your run goes, Flo is having a very good run right now.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to be seeing any other runners go for the bomb throw trick. So you can... Oh, I guess Jim is not going for it, but we'll likely be seeing it on Andy's side. You can actually skip this small cutscene of the pirate ducking into the crawl space by shooting it with a seed. Another good use of the slingshot.
Yeah, so this is the first little Elden segment. We're just trying to get to the Earth Temple, so we kind of just need to get to the top of Elden first. Elden is a little bit of a funky region, I'd say. It's probably like the most mechanically interesting of all like the areas when it comes to movement. There's a lot of like weird things you can do here. Also, it's kind of hard sometimes because there's a lot of like weird ledges you can fall off. All like the land you can stand on is just kind of like broken in weird ways. And these slopes, you need a lot of stamina to climb these, so usually you just want to wait for a full wheel there.
Then you can also do a trick called starter sprinting, which basically just consists of repeatedly pressing and releasing the sprint button, so you can conserve more of your stamina when going up and... Hey, circles on the other side.
Awesome.
If you roll into this cutscene in a specific way, you can just have Link spin in circles, and then it's fun. And then, yay!
So Jim wins the race. So
Yeah.
yeah, circles. Do we even know why it happens?
Not really. I feel like just that the game wants to put you somewhere, but because of how you enter the cutscene, the game repeatedly tries to put you in that place, but it can't do it. So then Link just is confused and spins in circles. Hey, Andy also got it.
2 out of 3, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Also, really cool trick coming up. Our first health bounce of the run. We can actually lure Bokoblin to a specific part of the wall and one of the attacks of this bokoblin is going to allow us to get boosted out of bounds. And that saves about 30 to 35 seconds over going through the hot cave the normal way.
Very nice by Flo.
Yeah, very nice.
That trick is... Alright, go ahead.
Okay. I forgot what I wanted to say, so you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that trick is deceptively difficult. It's... Getting the bokoblin to like hit you in the right time can be a little tricky, because you don't have the most control over when he attacks you. So if you mess it up the first time, it can get really funky. But it's one of those tricks that you kind of just need to get like a feel for, because the timing is... You just need to like learn when the Boko likes to attack, because they have like specific timings they do that.
I guess there's a sort of a visual cue, but yeah, it's mostly a feel trick, I'd say. And then there's actually some RNG involved in the trick, like there's a rare scenario where the bokoblin is just going to do a battle cry, and you can't really do much about that other than leaving the bokoblin's aggro range and then coming back to reset the timing.
Yeah, so Flo's collected all 5 pieces of this nice little key, so now you probably missed it, but he got an autosave at the statue in front of the temple, so now you can just death warp and he's back. So, and now we get to the ET, also known as expected time loss, because this dungeon hates you, and you're gonna hate it too. There's I think like 4 cutscene skips we do immediately at the beginning of this dungeon, or like more than that. Just go in order real quick. You turn the camera around here because things don't load when they're off screen, so you want to get to this platform. If you're in midair when a cutscene triggers, then it doesn't trigger. That's why you do that like Skyward strike. And there's usually a cutscene on those ropes, but it won't trigger if you have if you're in midair. So that's the lightning round. There's gonna be a few more.
Very nice cutscene skips. Also very nice Zelda now bounce from again.
Yeah, so this is like the main mechanic of Earth Temple, is this little like ball you're gonna roll on. So it makes part of this dungeon not too difficult, because when you're on the ball, your movement's really restricted, but it can be a little weird. Yeah, so the next cutscene skip that's coming up for Flo is gonna be, if you throw this bomb in like in a specific spot, or you can just do that, I guess. When you're in a crawl space, the cutscenes don't like triggering either. So there's a cutscene usually with that bomb, but it just doesn't happen. And then finally, these Lizalfos, if you just slingshot them before this mini boss fight starts, it'll skip the cutscene of the like Lizalfos running at you. So I had to drink water. Jesus, that was a lot.
Very nice explanations.
Thank you. Yeah, all of those cutscene skips are weirdly annoying. They can all be kind of finicky. But so, yeah.
The bomb bag.
So now,
That's
look at the bomb
keys.
bag. So, there's a trick, a certain trick that you can do to skip the upcoming section Flo's about to do, because there's not too much to say when it comes to this section, but, so there's a funny little trick in this game called Lava Hop, which is basically, if you are in a cutscene and you're, like, standing on something you can't normally stand on, like lava, if you're, like, in a cutscene, Link will just stand on the lava, like, it's like floor collision, just because when you're in a cutscene, like events won't trigger, such as like your butt getting burned in lava. So because of that, to do this like lava hop trick, you basically will trigger a cutscene and then jump onto lava, and then for 1 frame, you can input like a front hop or a side hop while you're on lava after a cutscene. And there's a really specific setup you can do to skip this entire like boulder tunnel section by doing that. But the problem is that it's 1 frame. It's like a 1 frame input. It's really precise. So no one does it, but there's a cool little thing you can do here.
Yeah, it's really difficult to do.
Jim showing why this trick is annoying, because yeah, this bomb roll can be incredibly finicky. And if you can see, Jim just gets blown up, but because you're in a cutscene, nothing happens. So Link is like completely invincible during cutscenes.
Magic. So you can use a slingshot to shoot the Lizalfos so that you can skip the cutscene of them like coming to and wanting to attack you. Another cool use of the slingshot. Also, coming up on Flo's side will be a 25-second skip, assuming he successfully gets it. If you jump at a specific time after pushing the peg of the bridge, you can skip going around and pushing the other peg, which is really cool. Very nice, he got it.
Yeah, that trick is scary because if you fall in the lava there, you have to do the entire lava tunnel again, but thankfully
Yes.
it's fairly consistent.
Yeah, you really don't want to fall into the lava.
Okay, so now we get these like fun little slopes. So this is where like stutter sprinting is going to be important, because you can't get up this slope in like 1 whole stamina wheel if you just run up normally, but if you do stutter sprinting, which is basically just like mashing the B button instead of just holding it to sprint, you'll have just enough stamina to get all the way up here. So you can basically skip this little puzzle, like breaking down the alcove.
Now we're going to get the boss key of the dungeon, and then try to run as fast as we can, for the giant boulder is going to crush us otherwise. We don't want that.
Yeah, this is the boulder of shame if you ever get hit by it. It can happen. There's a few spots where you can bonk and then things can go really south from there, but it actually will insta-kill you if you get hit by it. But it's fairly rare. And if you do die, you just respawn at the chest. Not like I've ever died there, totally never, but that's what will happen. So it's not even a big deal, but...
You know, I've like slid off the ledge at the very end. Like if
I have done that.
yeah, and then you just fall into the lava for some reason. Like the collisions are just weird.
Yeah, ledges in this game are very good until they're not.
Yeah, yes, that's a really true statement. Like, collisions in this game are just really good everywhere, but then you also randomly find random holes in the ground where you can just fall through.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This game has very few like clips when it comes to it. There's like a couple spots, but like there's also just a few spots where they're missing floor collision. You can just walk through stuff like famously in the original, like, this did get patched out in the later versions, but in the original like release of the Wii version, there's literally just a gap in the ancient cistern you can use to get out of bounds because they just misplaced the floor. So sometimes there's a few messes, but like usually this game has incredibly few like clips through collision. Everything is very solid. But yeah, so Flo coming up, it gets to do Scaldera, which is one of those fights that definitely happens.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a specific strat, I'll just try to go through it real quick, it's just called the Tricycle, which is just the 3-cycle pretty much. This fight, this is where the Hero Mode Skyward Strike really comes in handy because the Hero Mode Skyward Strike does a lot of damage, and it does so much damage that the early game bosses aren't used to, like, their health is not enough to counteract it, so you can do a lot more damage than you're supposed to in these phases. So, in the first phase, you use Skyward Strike and you hit a bomb with a spin attack. Second phase, just 2 Skyward Strikes, and then a slash, which you can stun him one more time, and then for this final one, you do a 2 Skyward Strikes a Skyward Strike and a slash and a spin. And this very specific damage will not let him get up, and will kill him in 3 cycles. And it's very fast. It's by far the fastest way to kill Scaldera, and very well done by Flo.
Yeah, that was a really clean fight. It's honestly not easy to do, especially on the last phase.
Yeah.
And then you just lose about 15 seconds if you... Like, every cycle where Scaldera just has to walk up loses about 15 seconds. Which is not a huge deal in itself, but, you know, it's cool if it's clean. And if you don't lose time at all to it.
Yeah, the one nice thing about that trick is that there is no RNG during it. The only RNG is where the eye spawns, but theoretically, that doesn't really matter too much, just because you can do the same strat on all sides. So the nice thing is that if you get really good at that strat, it does become quite consistent. You can get really good at it, but it's still pretty difficult, and it can easily go wrong, even if you're really experienced with it. Yeah, and so Jim is getting up to the Scaldera fight, and he's close behind, but Flo flying away with this lead. Also really nice. That's a really good Earth Temple time. Doing well.
And then we'll be seeing another dive trick. This one will allow us to spawn the bird closer to the Lanayru pillar, which I'm not sure how much time it saves, like maybe 10 seconds or something.
I actually think this one barely saves any time. It's one of the lead. Actually, I don't know. I thought I remember hearing it didn't save a lot of time, but I don't know. I don't trust this community with timing sometimes. A lot of the time, people are like, oh yeah, this is for sure faster, and then 10 years later we'll be like, oh wait, we really should have timed this because it's totally not. But yeah, I do wonder. We do know it is faster though, so at the very least. Oh, Jim.
Oh no.
He forgot.
Yeah, he forgot he was on low health. Oh, that's unfortunate. At least he has the autosave, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it kinda sucks.
Yeah. You do need to be very careful with your health when it comes to this fight, because you do need to take 2 bomb hits to yourself. So if you don't have 6 hearts, then you're gonna die. But usually, if you get through all of Earth Temple without taking damage, you're gonna be at 6 hearts. But he must have gotten hit somewhere else, so that's unfortunate. It's easy to forget too.
Then there's a backup if you're on low health. You can use a slingshot instead to explode the bombs, but that's much scarier and much more difficult to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think Flo got the dive trick. I wasn't fully paying attention.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so now we're in Lanayru, which is sand, and we sure do love sand.
Yes, there's going to be a new trick coming up related to the quicksand.
Yeah, and so Lanayru is, I'd probably say, the most difficult region of the 3. There's just a lot of really technical things you can do here. It's really fun in certain spots, but yeah, this also the beginning of Lane Avery was just pushing this minecart. You have to do this like for quite a while.
At least Jim got the true cycle after, on his second attempt.
Very well
nice
done.
fight.
Redeemed.
Yep.
And yeah, I think 64's stream is still down. But yeah, so anyway, back to Nehru though. So the whole thing with this region is like these time shift stones, which just make everything back to the past where everything was new and shiny. So, yeah, it's not too crazy in the run. Like these are just like nothing like really changes when it comes to gameplay or anything, but it just changes how you solve some of these puzzles. But yeah, so upcoming is going to be a trick called brake sliding, which is a little weird. So basically, when you run, there's a thing on like a control stick that is basically just called the ESS position, which basically refers to the smallest possible input that a joystick can reach. So basically, if you have like your control stick at like completely like nothing, then you bring it slightly down to like the smallest input. That's basically ESS position. And what you can do is by running and getting some speed, and then in one frame going from that to ESS, it'll basically preserve that speed. But instead of going forwards, it'll basically preserve it in like the negatives. So Link basically can just slide backwards, but forwards really quickly, if that makes any sense. And so I think you just saw Flo do it, which basically means you can just slide really fast in quicksand, because I'm pretty sure how it works is that quicksand has a cap to your positive speed, but no cap to your negative speed when it comes to how fast you can go in it. So you can go way faster going backwards forwards than you can just going forwards. So, but yeah, if you guys have ever watched like Mario 64 and know like what BLJs are, it's a similar concept where except like when it comes to at least the negative speed. And there's also a trick that works in both this game, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker, which is interesting.
And this same trick is going to allow us to go to the fire node early. Well, not early, but... Well, I guess it is early, but... Normally, the game expects you to go all the way to the Temple of Time region, ride all those minecarts, and then go back to the Lightning Node, I believe. But by performing a brake slide, you can just go through the sand and skip this entire section.
C4 just closing out Scaldera, so all of our runners are going to be exiting the temple soon, and so yeah, pretty varied at this point. Jim is just entering the Nehru, and Andy's right behind him, and Flo is grabbing that hook beetle. But yeah, so this is going to be like the Temple of Time skip. This really annoying set of brake slides. And beautifully executed. But yeah, so next up, we need to get to the linear mining facility, which to do that you just need to activate these like 3 nodes, and they're all in these little like dungeon areas, so or 2 of them at least are. So we're just gonna see Flo going through these little areas.
Also performing a brake slide to cross the fire node.
Yeah, and so these snail, I think, enemies called Ampulists. As you can see, cause problems. These things are menaces. They are probably, I would say they're probably the most annoying enemy in the game. They just bother the hell out of you. If they see you, they start rolling at you, and the only way to stop them is with shield bashes, and they can get in your face in very inconvenient ways. But, and as you see with Flo, sometimes they just defy the laws of the game and just get places they're not supposed to. Like, they're not supposed to get on that ledge where that bomb flower was, or like that barrel was, but it totally just did. So, you just had to accept it.
Oh,
Yeah,
those keys are evil.
Yeah. The hook beetle lets you carry things, so.
I usually kill a keys when crossing the sand in the Lene mine. Because they sometimes just randomly chain attacks to you and you can't really do anything about it. I've definitely died there before.
Yeah. Keys in this game, I think keys in every single game aren't menaces, but they are special menaces in this game. I'd certainly say they're beyond normal.
I don't like keys.
Yeah, so the example, let's see.
Oh,
This is one of the
Jim.
spots. Alright, good.
Oh yeah, Jim. Looks like Jim didn't start with a mention flow on his fight, so he is just collating one there.
No. Okay. Yeah. Usually it's standard star one. This might be like a new file or something, so it might just not have one. Yeah, if you ever watch like a Zelda speedrun, you're just gonna see people getting mad at keys. And I want to say which game they're the worst in, but they're honestly terrible in every single game. It's hard to say. They're just consistently annoying.
No, I really can't think of a single game where keys are nice.
I want to say like the worst in, like Spirit Tracks. Spirit Tracks keys have ruined my soul many times, but
Oh no, I hate those. I hate those.
they're terrible. But in this game, they're just as terrible sometimes. And Wind Waker keys too. Oh god, I hate those. Special place in hell for the person who created the Rock Spire cave in Wind Waker, the one with all the keys. I hate it. I simply hate it. It has ruined my day many times. And also that room in Earth Temple. I hate that one too. And the keys you do keys heat with in this game, just as terrible. Yeah. Archibald does not like to cooperate.
Nice break slides from Jim.
Oh, the Ample's got him. Yeah, these things are a little bit faster than you are, so usually you need to stop them. Or just like dodge them like Jim just did.
I like to use my free camera to... if you don't look at them, they will usually not attack you. You know, like they say, if you can't see the enemies, they can't see you either.
Yeah, this game is a weird thing with unloading, where like, the old saying like, oh, just don't look at it, it doesn't exist, literally exists in this game. Like, if it's not on your screen, it's fake and does not exist, so.
Yep.
It's very useful in certain spots, because like, As especially with Amplis, you can literally just look away from them and they're just like, okay, bye. You would just hear them stop moving and you just know you're safe. I think Flo is the only one who did the bomb trick. That's not surprising though, because that trick is really annoying. I don't like doing it. I think a lot of people really dislike it.
It's really precise. I guess it is very slightly easier on HD compared to the Wii version because throwing things in this game, like you can throw things ever so slightly higher in this game for some reason, so that the bomb can clear the wall more easily.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because in the room that Gymnast is in right now, the fire node, in the randomizer, it's more important, but so you usually need to use the hook beetle to get across this little gap, but you can actually just throw an Amplis egg onto these crates that like Jim's gonna be running on them like right now. On these crates, you can just throw an Amp egg up on here. Only on the HD version though, because for some reason things just go slightly higher, and it's like that. It's very useful for randos.
Yep. It's so funny that this works.
And yeah, so Flo keeping the strong lead and entering LMF. Where do you rank LMF on the tier list, Jade? I'd rank it pretty high. I think it's pretty fun.
Honestly, when first running this game, hop percent. Well, I guess I was biased because I was only running hop percent, but LMF was definitely my favorite dungeon to speedrun. So I'd say it's like in this game for dungeons to speedrun, I'd say it's second after the Fire Sanctuary.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I would either say it's my favorite or my second favorite. Certain dungeons in this game I really dislike, but I think everyone kind of dislikes. Earth Temple definitely does not get a lot of love from speedrunners, but LMF is fairly well liked. It's really difficult. The one thing with it is that it is very difficult. There's a lot of annoying tricks to it, but the movement's really fun, and it's rewarding, so it's a pretty good dungeon.
Yep. Oh, Jim is carrying me with his health.
Yeah.
These Amplis eggs are the most evil beings there exists in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Like,
Jim is low on health.
You do need to death hope soon, but yeah, getting all the way to the end of, well, rather to the Gust Billows, which is when we need to death hope without taking damage, is really scary.
Yeah. Yeah, and health is one of those things in this game where, like, it can be scary. Jim definitely has not run this game in a while, because the health running in this game is usually pretty tight. And one of the things that, with a lot of experience you get in this game is just you get better at not taking hits, but there's also a lot of really dumb things in this game which can hit you, so... especially because Jim has been been away from this game for quite a while, so... sometimes you can just, like, forget about certain small things, because there's a lot of really dumb ways to take damage. But, death can be terrifying in this game. There's a lot of spots where you need to be at low health, but you have to get through an annoying section. Yeah, and so time to get the reverse vacuum cleaner. This thing is... I'd actually be curious to see like what the item use stats are. What items are the most used, and this probably has to be near the bottom too. I think this one might be the single lowest used item, like or least used. I mean, you barely touch the Gust Bellows, but
At least the HD randomizer gives you more use to the slingshot and the ghost billows.
That's true, that is true. Yeah, I guess actually, if you guys haven't seen it, the HD version of this game did just get a randomizer. It released, I think, last month. Gymnast, one of our runners, was one of the developers, so big shouts to him for that. And yeah, it's there's a whole Discord there, so it's a great rando. I definitely recommend trying it if you have not, because if you really like this game, there's no better experience. So
It's my favorite randomizer. I definitely recommend it. I respect Jip for sitting there for a few seconds to get more health. There's nothing worse than dying before getting the ghost billows.
yeah, that's one of those spots where if you die, it is very punishing. There's like, you have to go through the entire section again. This game's death warps can be really unforgiving sometimes. Like, certain dungeons, if you die late into them, you just have to do like entire like 3-minute segments again. It could just be a huge time sink. Yeah, so Jim entering LMF and Andy, once again, kind of right on his tail. He's doing this little puzzle. This is the infamous block room that Flo's in right now. There's actually, there was one patch ever that came to Skyward Sword HD, and unlike some other Zelda games, we kind of avoided the patch train when it came to like getting post-release patches, but there was one patch, and I believe the only major change made was to fix a softlock that could happen with that box specifically. So that was certainly a small heart attack we all got when we were like, oh god, there's an update, but luckily all the tricks still worked, so.
I guess there's one thing with Skykeep, I believe, where something with autosaves and the puzzles are not changed.
Oh
or
yeah,
rather the puzzle
yeah.
reset or something.
Yeah, I remember that got patched too. But that was never useful, thankfully.
Yeah,
that was a
thankfully.
weird glitch, but yeah, I can't imagine any Zelda games getting patches which get rid of a lot of glitches. Can't imagine. But yeah, no, we're really lucky to have avoided it. What's actually kind of funny is that the HD version of this game, there honestly weren't a lot of patches when it came to actual glitches being patched. For some reason, like with a lot of HD releases, a lot of glitches get patched, but for this game at least, like the biggest glitch in this game back in time, it didn't actually get patched. It's just that you don't have a reset button in this game, like on the Switch in general, so you just can't do it. But if you're playing on like an emulator and you mod in a reset functionality, the trick still works. Like if you're playing on an emulator, you can actually do back in time in HD. It's just that on a Switch you can't do it because you don't have a reset button. But like that never got patched. One of the more like popular glitches, like early like Floria, never got patched. The only things that got patched were seemingly mistakenly patched. Something like there's a few early like Floria methods that did get patched, but they didn't get directly patched. It seemed they just got patched because of updated collisions. So this game it's very interesting. This is one of the least like patched the games in the series when it comes to the remakes. And we're very lucky that we didn't have any updates patching, because there is one major HD exclusive glitch that could have gotten patched that just didn't, so very thankful about that. Yeah, so Flo's doing this, I think we just call it minecart jump. These minecarts are weird. You can actually stand on them, like in certain spots. They have wacky collision. So you can place a bomb and then get on the side of it to basically just ride this minecart across this gap. And get to the boss door a little faster.
It's really not that difficult to do, on HD at least. If you do that on SD, for some reason it's so much harder to just get on top of the minecart. and then the slight less movement will just make you fall down. So
Yeah.
once you're on the minecart, you really want to avoid moving at all.
Yeah, that's like one of those spots where you just put the controller down because you don't want to accidentally input something.
You know,
like,
I'm even scared to put a controller down because I'm scared I'm going to accidentally slash by putting down a controller.
That's true, that can happen.
So this is, on GM's side, this is not a breakside instance. Normally I think the game expects you to just go around on a moving platform, but you can just breakside to cross a gap, so that saves a little bit of time. Also, you definitely don't need to entirely remove the sand to activate time shift stones or time shift stone minecarts. Like, you barely just have to see the time shift stone for the game to register that it's there and to be able to activate it.
Yeah, so this room flows in. This is like the boss key room of Elmeth. This is probably like one of the longest single rooms of the game, and this trick he's doing here is just these the collision of bombs can go through these statue collisions if you just bonk into them with the hook beetle in the right spot. So you just need to do like a certain little code, and by just bombing certain spots, you can just do it before knocking down the statues. So neat little trick. And then you void out here because it'll just respawn at the last solid ground you stood on, which is this little spot you want to be at.
And optimally, you want to take damage during the cutscene because you want to death loop right after. And I'm pretty sure Flo got the autosave near the boss door. Like, you want to walk to the statue near the boss door, and then you can just death warp and come back, so you don't have to ride the minecart again and all that. There are a lot of uses of death warps in this run.
Yeah.
And then comes the Moldurak fight. We won't actually be using the Gust Bellows in this fight. You know that normally Moldurak is supposed to burrow underground during the second phase, but if you push it up close to the wall and then repeatedly stab its eye when it's vulnerable, you can actually damage it fast enough without giving it the time to burrow on the ground. Oh, that's cool. And then you want to wait a specific time before dealing the damage to the claws, because you can keep them open if you wait long enough and keep the stun. And then you can just stun them again using slingshot or the shield. And then stabby stabby, and the fight is on. Very nice fight.
Yeah. This fight is like 30 seconds or something. It's actually a really quick fight when it comes to it. Yeah, so this is where the harp speedrun ends, and this is where the next real, like basically the second half of the game kind of begins. Yeah, so this is our third dungeon, at least for Flo, that we're gonna complete. And so now we have a few more side quests, and we have 3 more dungeons coming up. But yeah, this is a very nice harp time. A very solid run. But yeah, and so get out your amiibos, because also it's time to start using that.
Oh boy, the amiibo.
Yeah, so one of the new features with this version is amiibo functionality, and there's only one amiibo that actually works with this game, which is like the Skyward Sword one. It basically just lets you warp to the sky from wherever, and it's not that useful when it comes to it. It only saves, I think, about like 2 minutes in this run, but it does save a little bit of time. And the first time we're going to use it is after leaving LMF. But it's basically just used to avoid having to like get to a bird statue and go to the sky. But yeah, I guess a little more in depth how it works is basically you can set a warp point, and then you'll warp up to the sky, and then in the sky you can use it again to basically warp back to the ground, and you'll basically just warp back to where you warped from. So in certain spots you can use it to cut out some flying, but again, it's kind of not that useful. It has a bunch of restrictions.
Yeah. Mostly just skip some backtrack. It's a really cool feature casually though. You can just... Oh no, there's a scary thing coming up. I need potions, but I don't want to get too far from that scary place. Well, use the amiibo, buy potions, and come back.
Yeah. And speaking of scary things, we have the Imprisoned, which isn't that scary, but he's something.
Yeah, the Imprisoned one is fine. We have to fight that big guy 2 times in this speedrun. The Imprisoned one is fine, you just jump on its head and strike the spike, and then... Also, hi Bruce! And then... The Imprisoned 2. Oh, this one is scary. You have to do specific fight strategies, otherwise you lose 45 more time. Too much time.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You don't want to mess up that fight.
Yeah, so I'd say, honestly, in my personal opinion, I'd say Impa 1 is probably the easiest fight in the run. Not too much can really go wrong. It's kind of simple. First we had to get through the Battle of the Goddess cutscene, so... We got some beautiful Bruce screaming.
Ooh, and hop playing. Oh yeah, we got the hop. We skipped the cutscene, but we got the hop after beating the LMF on the mining facility.
Yeah, well, all the Zelda instruments, the harp is definitely one of them. It definitely, it's fun in its own way. I don't know. There's the really annoying trick that you can't do in this section, but you can do with the harp later on, which I think we'll just get to when we get to it, but the harp has a mixed reputation.
Cool random fact with the harp is that you can actually play it during the credits after beating the game.
Wait, really?
I discovered that recently. You just hold A and move your Joy-Con, and this will just play the harp.
Wait, I didn't know this.
It's a really cool feature. It took me the longest time to realize that. Which objectively makes the harp superior.
So, yes, now we get Imp 1. So, this suspicious avocado is, again, he's not too difficult. For the first thing you want to do is just get on his head. And when you're on his head, you're going to do like a weird jump slash, which is basically just going to let you skip a cutscene of like him getting mad at you. So, just do that. And we're basically just going to do that 3 times, so... And yeah, Jim cleaning up Moldarak, Andy in the boss key room, just getting that, and then 64 actually right behind him, just one room behind. Yeah, so the Imprisoned is the one thing about it is that even though it's not difficult, it's kind of long. All these cutscenes just take forever, so that is the one annoying thing. If you don't die from the actual fight, you'll probably die of boredom. Alright, it's just one more for Flo. Just one more hit.
And then you want to backflip down the spiral so that you can, after the cutscene, you'll be closer to the spike. And yeah, that saves time because you're closer and you need to strike the spike.
It's a very nice fight from Flo.
Yeah,
got the
that was
slashes.
good.
Cleaning the statues. Making the minecart go faster.
Yeah, there's a meme, a really cool meme that I wish were true. That if you use a gus bellows, when riding the minecart, we can make it go faster. But again, that's a meme. Also,
I think the game just denied Jim's amiibo.
Oh.
There we go.
I don't know, he changed something with the airplane mode. I'm not sure if that was related to that.
Oh, that could have been it, actually. Yeah. I guess his amiibo just wasn't recognized. But that is actually something that can happen. Like, I definitely have had many times where the amiibo, like, especially late into, like, hundo runs or something, I'll just have, like, the amiibo just stops working sometimes. It sometimes gets a little funky.
I've lost so much time to the amiibo just disconnecting my controllers for absolutely no reason. I think there was this one hundo run, I timed it to make me lose 2 minutes 60 to just getting the amiibo. And I think the amiibo is supposed to say 3 minutes, but because of that only saved 40 seconds,
Yeah.
which was sad. That's a rough estimate. I don't think we fully know how much time it takes.
Yeah, so Flo is on the Resident Sleeper segment of the run, where basically nothing happens for a little while. Basically what we're just going to be doing is we need to open the Thunderhead, and to do that we need to turn to these like windmills, but we basically just have to do a bunch of side quests and a lot of cutscenes and not that much happens, but first things first is just turn this one.
It's the one section I always forget to do something. Like, we skip so many cutscenes and all the text that I just forget what I'm supposed to do in that section specifically. Oh, and we get to see the lovely Scrapper very soon.
I don't know if lovely is the word I'd use to describe him, but he is certainly a friend.
He has a great personality, if you ask me.
And yeah, shoutouts to Jackamar, my good boy. Doesn't get enough love.
Well, I guess that's not the name in the French language. I couldn't quite see what the name was.
Oh yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, Flo is playing in French. Yeah, it's probably a little different then. But I know him as Jackamar. He's my good friend. He has like one cutscene that you see in every single speedrun in this game, but he doesn't do like anything else, honestly. He has incredible engineering abilities, though. You'll see it in a little bit. Yeah, and by the way, thank you to Silver Gauntlets for the raid with the party of 40. Welcome.
Welcome, Raiders.
Yeah, we got a cozy Skyward Sword HD 80% race. And yeah, so currently Jim is fighting the imprisoned. Andy is gonna be on his way to the imprisoned, and 64 is cleaning up the LMF. You know, Flo is rescuing this guy. Yeah, we're gonna get a second bottle because yeah, we want bottles.
Going to save time to get them. Ascended having an issue with the amiibo as well. Oh yeah, we do want to knock down the Boko Tower now, because we did the Elden Earth bounce earlier. But because of that, we didn't actually knock down the tower. And later on, when we need to escort a scrapper to the fire sanctuary, there will be a moblin that will be on that tower, and if you don't knock it down now and do it later, then you just have some weird cutscene shenanigans of another bridge that is going to be created. So yeah, it's faster to knock it down now.
It is funnier if we don't knock it down, but it would be faster to knock it down.
Yeah, the cutscene is really funny. Honestly, I'm hoping just one of the runners forgets. Just for entertainment purposes.
So yeah, it looks like Andy did DNF, so yeah, I think we'll probably swap to a 3-person restream.
I forgot that layout was actually a thing.
Yeah, so Flo is gonna get to do the probably my most hated trick in the game, which is a fun little trick called harp cancel, which is very soon. Which is basically just you can skip certain cutscenes after playing the harp by just pressing B in a 2-frame window. It's really annoying, and I do not like it, but also I want to quickly shout out again Jackamar's amazing engineering abilities. He's gonna fix this windmill in 2 hits of a hammer. Or 3, sorry, 3, but incredible, it's fixed. So, this guy, he's a professional.
Yes. Great guy. Also, shoutouts to Jim for finding harp cancel.
I'm gonna unshout out Jim for finding that trick, because I have lost an unspeakable amount of runs to it, and it's made me very sad. So, Jim, consider yourself unshouted outed.
Yeah, and this one will be doing it let's see, 4 times, I believe. It's about a 30-second time save. Or if you see it the other way around, it's a 30-second time loss per cutscene you don't skip. So I really like the cutscene looks funky if you. The Thunderhead cutscene looks funky if you successfully get hard cancel. Also, you can see on 64-bit side that, you know, you do play the hop at this point, but the game doesn't actually allow you to put away the hop, so you can't really skip that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can't deny it, but the satisfaction of playing the harp. You must see it through.
At least you get some good music.
Very nice harp cancel from Flo.
Yeah, very nice. You can see the funky cutscene.
Yeah, and so each harp cancel saves about 30 seconds. And yeah, if you fail it, you can either fail it early or late. Failing it early means you have to redo the harp playing. It also loses about 30 seconds just to redo it, and then failing it late just loses 30 seconds. But at least the trial's open at that point. But so you really don't want to fail it. It's again, there's 4 of these harp cancels in the run. This is one of those like things that can just really destroy a run.
I've definitely lost over 2 minutes to it in the past because I failed it early several times.
Yeah, we'll get the restream figured out. It's pretty. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, so just give him a little bit of time, and we'll have the restream all fixed. Alright, yeah. Looks like we should be good.
Oh, nice spirit.
Okay, so Flo has gotten the Pharaoh's Courage. These are like the songs you have to play to open the trials, so I need to get all of these. Jim is still in the segment to just go get that. He's got to go back to Eldon. And so I guess here also, this is one of the examples of Amiibo being useful to skip some backtracking. Flo warped directly from the Thunderhead back to Eldon, where he had an Amiibo warp point, and he now can leave from Eldon. And flying out of the Thunderhead is just really slow, because there's no zippers or anything, you just need to fly straight. So this saves a little bit of time, just to skip some flying.
I was really hoping that Jim would forget to knock down the tower because he hasn't run in a while, but no.
The evil side of Jade wanted to cause chaos. No, yeah, watching that cutscene would have been really funny. The Moblin just floating on air. Yeah, so Flo is gonna get to their second hard cancel, which this one's gonna be with the trial gates, but it works the exact same way. It just looks a little different.
Right, second hop cancel attempt for Flo. Hopefully he gets it. Very nice, yeah. And now we get an invisible trial gate. If you reload the area though, the trial gate will be there. Hey, it's Giacomo.
Hey, it's our boy. He's got again, a complete, incredible feat of engineering. Yeah, so these are the silent rooms Flo is doing. They're just these little like movement trials. They're not too interesting. It's just moving around. The one nice thing about them is there's really no like RNG or anything in any of them. It's just everything is consistent, so it's kind of just a test of your movement. Yeah, these are pretty fun though. Definitely highlights of the run. I'd also say fair and definitely on my higher on the tier list for me of trials I prefer. There's a certain one later in the run which I dislike.
I think it's actually my least favorite, and I think the one you like the least is my favorite, if you're referring to the Elden Trial.
Yep, I do not like the Elden Trial.
It's my favorite. So Flo getting the, what is it called, the light food, I believe, there?
Yep.
Because that refills a stamina wheel end. So you can have full stamina to then cross the tightrope. And then if you play good, you can make this cycle with the waking water perfectly fine. And you don't have to wait for the waking water to go away. Oh, I hop cancel time for Jim.
Let's see it. He's the inventor. Let's see if he can uphold his duties.
Nice. Very nice.
Very well done.
Yay, more funky cutscenes. Yeah, basically what happens is that the cutscene of the Thunderhead opening plays before the cutscene of the light tower thing at the top spinning. So then you just have the light going out of nowhere. It's a very nice trial from Flo. That was really clean.
Yeah, these trials are really fun when like everything just goes right. The movement it flows real nice.
I thought you made a pun for a second by saying it flows.
Now I know. I'll come up with one by the end of the stream. Don't worry. Yeah. Also, this is I think it's our final Buka cameo. So rest in peace. But we love Buka.
It's fine. We'll see it on the other brothers as well.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, 64 reluctantly saving Scrapper, as always. And yeah, so this is another use of Amiibo. This one's really small, like it barely saves any time, but it's slightly faster to fly in with Amiibo there, so...
Also, I guess I did not mention that earlier, but when you solve the puzzle on the Isle of Souls, you actually have, I believe it's a frame perfect side hop that you can do that will skip the cutscene of the bridge forming. It's really precise, so I don't expect any of the brothers to get.
Yeah, this game has quite a few of those like one frame like side hops to save some time. There's a few of them. But yeah, and this is also the introduction of the most annoying part of movement in this game, which is probably swimming for me. Swimming is kind of finicky because it's completely controlled by motion controls. So sometimes if you like get miscalibrated, it can just get all funky. But
I think
yeah, there were. Oh, you can go ahead.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the gap. Well, yeah, Jim died, and then just a bunch of mistakes with movements. Like, just optimizing the movements in this game can make you lose a ton of time. Which is true for most games, but I feel like it's especially true for Skyward Sword. Which, for Flo, I think is the main reason why he is so much ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah, this game, like, even though there aren't a lot of, like, major tricks, there's a lot of just little things that, like, those slowly save you some time. Like, even just saving, like, 10 seconds per couple minutes is gonna slowly add up. And Flo has been running this game very actively for a while, so he's definitely the most in practice.
Yeah. I feel like most people in this race are mostly doing this for funsies.
Yeah.
Also, like, definitely for funsies because, well, Jim, like, he didn't have a flower in his fight, so. Oh, then there was the amiibo thing, like, no one was prepared for this. Well, yes, not no one, but many people just saw it and were like, oh, sure, I'm going to join.
Yeah.
It's a fun race. It's not like a tournament or anything. Hop cancel? Hey, nice
Very
hop cancel. So Flo getting the sacred water. Hoping that the fairies don't fly into Link. Because you do want to death warp. Because after this death warp you want to use the amiibo back to the sky. But for some reason the game doesn't allow you to use the amiibo in the spring of the dungeon. Which is why you're basically forced to death warp before you can use it. Which is much faster than running back.
Yeah. Yeah, I will also say this category, it may not seem like it because of the length, but this category is incredibly optimized. Like, the world record is very solid right now, where, when it comes to it, the level of optimization in this game is just really high. The amount of time there is to save, like, when you're going for world record, like, you need to be very, like, on your game through the entire run. So, it's not surprising that runners that are more in practice are gonna be having a lot more consistency, because you really need it for this category. If you want to get world record, you're gonna have to put in a lot of time. It's difficult.
Also, second outbound of the run, fence hop, early leg floor, yeah. There you go. Oh, it was that easy. Just angle right, perform jump slash on top of the fence, and then run out of bounds. And there you go. You're in leg floor early. Well, not early because you do need to go there, but normally you have to climb the entire great tree to then talk to Yerbal that is at the top of the tree. By the way, Yerbal best Kikwi. And then you have to go to Lake Floya, talk to the water dragon that's going to ask you to get the sacred water. But instead we did early Lake Floya and we don't have to do all that. Convenient.
Yeah. That trick, it looks really easy, but it has to save like 5 or 10 minutes or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Also, 3 out of 3 for the Thunderhead hard cancel. All 3
Nice.
runners got it. Also, we don't have Flow's audio right now, but because of quick text, the sound is kind of messed up for this cutscene. Like, the Thunder Dragon will just raise the water, and then the noise of the water raising is just delayed a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird quick text bugs in this game. That's something the most blatant one. It's actually surprising that one wasn't really caught in development because it's very blatant. It happens every time.
Also, yes, Ancient Sister time. This is a great dungeon for speedrunning. There's a cool trick called Entrance Animation Transfer, also known as EAT for short. I really like that game. And we use the autosave to... You want to load a specific entrance animation, and by loading it close to an autosave, that is going to allow you to clip out of bounds, because there's no collision checks for walls during cutscenes. We'll be seeing that shortly, but for that we still need to go through part of the dungeon to have that entrance value in the memory.
Yeah, and before all of that, we also need to get the whip, which is the first little part of this dungeon. It doesn't take too long, but...
Yeah, we do need... yeah, I completely forgot you needed the whip. You do need the whip to kill the boss.
No, I would say this is probably the most fun mini-boss in the game, coming up with Stylemaster. Stylemaster has one of the most satisfying quick kill strats in the run, because you can kind of just go whale on him, because he has a mechanic where when he's blocking, you can actually stab through his block, so you can just get tons of hits on him really quickly. It's really fun. So I'll get to see it here on Flo's side.
It's a lot of fun if you get the strats right, but I absolutely hate it. I'm always so close to dying. Also, there's some orangey at the end. Like, the last attack you can do after the Stylemaster loses its helmet, how many attacks it will do, or rather, how many stabs it will let you do is random before it attacks again. So if you're low on health, it's easy to die on, unfortunately. But the strats are really cool.
So
One got the hop cancels.
Are we all for all on harp cancels right now?
I think so, yeah.
That's incredible.
I've never seen that.
Usually in races like this, usually there's like a couple failed harp cancels early on, but not bad. Nice consistency by all the runners. Yeah, again, that's like a 2 or 3 frame trick, so it's pretty tight.
A very clean fight from Jim and Flo as well. Earlier.
I don't really talk about these 3 style posts, but yeah, you just gotta throw a bomb at them and then Skyward Strike. And Skyward Strike damage is very nice. Nice to have. This is the fun toilet room of Cistern. It's like this weird, like, circular room you have to go around. Yeah, Cistern is, I think it's either the fastest or the second fastest dungeon in the run. This dungeon is just incredibly short, at least compared to all the other ones. Yeah, so down the toilet we go. Yeah, the whole like gimmick with this dungeon is that there's like an upper and lower level, but it doesn't, for this run at least, we're gonna skip most of the lower level, so it doesn't really show up too much.
Well, you
And
could...
oh yeah, go ahead.
You could see Flo going on top of the lily pad where the spider is. This is, well, it's faster, but this is also because you want to avoid any and all autosaves before performing entrance animation transfer. So yeah, this is why he did it.
Yeah, so this trick coming up, the eat trick, so this is kind of where it begins, if you see like this animation that we just got. And basically, it's a little weird to explain, I don't really know the like super in-depth technical details, but the important part to know is that basically the animation that you get when you're like entering a region, like through a door or something, there's a way to basically have like store that animation through using your autosaves, and then have it play later on to clip out of bounds. So that's what we're gonna do here. So what Flo's gonna do is save the statue in a specific spot and then die. And then he's gonna go back to the title screen and then reload his file because he wants to load the autosave file. So that's what he's gonna do first. And after that, he's just gonna go and die again because he wants to reload. And when he reloads, it's the game is gonna kind of be confused and it's gonna place him underground, which is gonna let us basically just clip out of bounds here.
And we...
Yeah.
Without...
And from this out of bounds, you can actually just get all the way to the basement of the cistern by just going up. There's a loading zone that you can just hit. So yeah, now we're in the basement, and we can easily go get the boss key from here. And this makes this dungeon, yeah, this makes this dungeon really short. Just because once you do the eat trick, you basically just get the boss key, and now we just gotta go to the top of the dungeon. There's a whole like underground section you're supposed to do, and it usually takes a little while, but because we can just skip all of it, it makes this dungeon way shorter. I don't think a single speed run of this game has like ever had to go like all the way around in like the other regions. Basically, I think that basically got skipped from day one.
Wasn't there some kind of a final blow thing with one of the zombie bokoblins before entrance animation was found?
Yeah, there was another method of getting out of bounds in the basement specifically, which allowed you to get to the boss key earlier, but the entrance animation transfer basically like removed the usefulness of that trick. So yeah, it's that trick, Boko, we just call Boko Blow. That was a iconic trick. It's kind of sad that it's gone, but
it doesn't save nearly as much time.
No, yeah.
Also, entrance animation transfers. As long as you don't get any autosave, like this trick is easy. It's only positioning in the entrance cistern. There's really no timing to it, so it's really easy to perform.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jim falling behind. Just about to go get his whip. I think 64, I think he got his muscle memory mixed up because you amiibo out of this room later on, but I think he did a little too early, so it's alright though. Or maybe he hadn't gone to Skyward 2 yet, that might have also been it, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it looks like he's moving to Skyward 2, yeah. It can be easy to forget though. This whole sequence is a little confusing. Yeah, so this is, I forgot to mention Collectos. Not too much to say about this fight. The Skyward Strike is really strong, and you're gonna kind of see that with this. For the second phase. He's literally gonna just die after getting hit by 2 Skyward Strikes, so...
The sword blocking. Uh-oh. Slow scared me for a second there. I usually like to stab for that attack because the sword is always in the way for me. Currently, Flo is pretty far ahead. He has... yeah, pretty far ahead.
Yeah, he's pretty far. Yeah, he is comfortably in the lead. I think Jim is about, like, 7-8 minutes behind. So, pretty comfortably in the lead. But that's how this game usually goes when it comes to races. Usually, runners don't tend to stay too close to each other in this game, because the sheer, like, volatility this game has sometimes with some of the tricks, it can be really easy to make a few mistakes and fall behind.
So I guess we didn't mention that earlier, but because of the long-range Skyward Strike of Hero Mode, you can easily, well, not easily, it's actually rather precise, but you can kill the bookholders in Skyview, not as a tightrope. Normally I think the game expects you to use a hook beetle and then drop a bomb to kill them. So it's convenient that you can do that with the Skyward Strike. We down.
So,
2 times.
Flo is off to the neighbor. So, Flo does have to go get the neighbor's wisdom, which is like one of the songs of the region, but what he wants to do here is he wants to go to Lanayru and then set an amiibo warp point, just because he can fly to the Thunderhead after this and then go get the neighbor's wisdom and then just warp back straight to Lanayru. So even though it's a little out of the way, it is actually a lot faster to go get the go like stomp at Lanayru now. Yeah, and I guess something we also haven't really discussed is like flying. There isn't really that much interesting to talk about when it comes to flying. You want to go through as many zippers as you can. Oh no, Jim. Just drowned. But yeah, there's Not too much to say when it comes to flying. It's just fly straight, but yeah, actually, yeah, Jim is in a, that's kind of mess. If that happens, it's kind of bad. So yeah, he's gonna have to reload.
Yeah, usually, I think if you die before that, you can... Just quitting and reloading will just work. Like, you can quit on the prompt and then reload your autosave. Actually, I think it still works if you continue. I remember messing around with it, but I don't fully remember. It's fine though. I think world record is a 3:57:59.
Yep.
By Gymnast 86. One of our runners.
Alright, so Flo re-entering linear, we're gonna do the linear trial, and we got the next harp cancel coming up.
Oh boy. Hard cancel.
This is the infamous Miso Mossy Man trial. Yeah, so this is the it's actually kind of funny because a lot of categories actually will skip this trial now in the Wii version, just because of like weird routing stuff we can do. So this is one of the more uncommon things to see, but we do also nice harp cancel by the way. But yeah, this category has to do it.
Nicely done.
And yeah, so I guess these trials are like, how these are supposed to work is you're like, you get these tiers, and then the like watchers, if you get seen, then they'll like come after you. Even though it looks really scary, these guys are kind of pathetic when it comes to it. So this game is kind of funny because it has a really broken backflip of all things. The backflip in this game has like near complete invincibility. So no matter if you're like whatever's like coming after you, if one of these big like guardian guys tries to hit you, you can literally just backflip and you'll be fine every time. So these trials aren't that scary. Even if you mess up and you get caught, you're not in too big of danger. Obviously, if you do get hit, you have to restart the trial, but it's not too hard to just avoid being hit.
Yeah, backflip just make you completely invincible. For some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how, like, in a lot of other games, the backflip is not great, but in this game, it's just completely broken. Like, I don't know why they decided to make it so strong. I guess case in point of, getting caught. Because, yeah. And also, usually, the Guardians are really slow. They can't really catch you that fast, so, like, even this guy, like, you're fine. They don't attack very fast, so you can usually just run past them.
In a casual playthrough though, like, the Nintendo really wanted to make you believe that this was a really scary part of the run because of the music and all that. Like the music that plays when you in that state where they can catch you is really stressful.
Yeah, and this last part, you kind of just want to get caught because you need to get past 2 watchers and it doesn't usually happen, so. They do a total of 6 dungeons. Yeah. There are 7 in the game because there's Skykeep, but we end up, this run is going to skip Skykeep. we got a fun little trick at the end of the run.
No spoilers. Shh. It's a really cool sequence, Rex. That skips about... Wait, how much is it? 40 or 45 minutes? Something like that.
It's about 40 minutes, yeah.
It skips basically 2/3 of the song of the hero, and then the last dungeon.
Yeah, it's a really nice skip. Yeah, so Jim, also cleaning up Collectos real quick. I think 64 died to Stunmaster, but it's alright. You respawn real close.
Yeah, it's alright.
And yeah, so Jim, again, still pretty far behind Flo, but still not a bad pace of his own. Yeah, Flo getting the claw shots, which these are kind of like the best item in the game when it comes to like randomizers. In this run, they're useful. They're not like too crazy. We're not going to do any major glitches with them, but they do give us access to a lot of linear. Our Goron friend, Gola. This guy's actually a headache and a half when it comes to routing. Like, routing hundo categories when you have, like, back in time and everything, this guy gets in the way of a lot of fun ideas, but in this run, he's fine. We're gonna see him one more time, so he's not gone yet. And so yeah, now we get to Sansi, which this is one of the honestly probably one of the scariest parts of the run we're coming up to. Sansi can just a lot of little things can go wrong and really screw up your run, so this part's always nerve-wracking.
And then we'll get a taste of the very slow boat that has stamina for some reason.
Pretty sure Sansi is like designed to be depressing. It's the music in Sansi is just very, very not great. Not bad, but it's very like downer. I mean, everything feels dead because everything is kind of dead. Yeah, so
I guess everything died because that's what they did, like, for having a population that's basically just robots that can't breathe. So then all the plants die. That's my theory anyway. And Skipper's Retreat. We gotta go fast because we're actually on a sort of cycle to get to the end. You have P-hats that are on a cycle, and if you're not fast enough, you just have to wait for them, and they're just slow. So
yeah,
we want to go fast.
I think that is the thing that makes Skyward Sword the best Zelda game. There is no ice in this entire game, which is awesome. We all love our ice levels, don't we? It's actually, I can't even imagine like Skyward Sword's movement on ice, because Skyward Sword of all the games has really solid movement when it comes to it. Like, the controls are very, I really like the controls in this game. They feel very like to the point. They're not loose at all. Like, every little thing you do on the control stick is felt. So I actually can't even imagine what like what ice controls in this game would feel like.
So like,
Yeah, like, oh, go ahead, yeah.
I feel like you could get some kind of bomb boost super speed with brake slides or something on ice. Because you just slide wherever you want.
Yeah, can we get a shout out for Ice Ring Isle? I'm sure we all love it.
Great at
Awesome.
it.
Harp cancel 2 or 3 for Jim coming up. See if we keep the streak going.
There's a nice deck for that skip from Flow. You can just skip killing the Decapella if you flow shot fast. A hard cancel. Very nice.
Yeah, so Flo has to go here because he needs to get the Ancient Sea chart because for some reason, like, I don't know why we need to get this. I mean, we had to go like 15 more inches north and then we get to Shipyard, but it's too dangerous if we don't have a map, so we need a map.
Link is just really bad at directions.
Why was that boost? That was very interesting.
That was a weird slide with the gauntlet. No, Sploosh Kaboom was great. No, it's amazing.
I disagree.
It's
Switch
fun.
Kaboom. It can have it has its place. Hopefully not in speedruns.
Also, you could see Jim hopping to get the chair. That's an HD exclusive trick because AG weird, you jump ever so slightly higher in HD, and you can actually just skip pulling the minecart like the game expects you to do, and collect the tier that way by just hopping into it. Very convenient, and it definitely saves time.
I don't remember the name of the commenter, but that trick was kind of famously discovered by, I think, a commenter on one of Jim's like YouTube uploads, who commented like, "Oh, you can do this," and then we tried it, and then you can do it, and we're like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." So that's how that trick was found. It was like a week after HD came out. But yeah, sometimes tricks are just found in the weirdest of ways. Yeah, so this is the Shipyard, also known as like Ancient Disneyland, because we're just gonna ride roller coasters. Why not? We're 2.5 hours in. We need some fun.
That fun is actually kind of fun. Casually, I think that was my favorite minigame. In speedruns though, my favorite minigame is the real mandatory fun of the Fun Fun Island. That one is great.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not gonna see fun today, but maybe in the future if we do like a hundo race, we'll get a full fun experience.
Yay! Actually, I should say sarcastic. Yay!
Yeah, so this like minecart track, it's not too crazy. There's 2 of them, and all you have to do is just tilt the remote in the direction that you're turning, and so there's nothing too crazy about it. It's a nice little break, honestly, because both Skipper's Retreat and Pirate's Hideout are pretty difficult, so this is a nice little easy like break in the tension.
Yeah, the minecart tilting feels a lot easier on this version. because you can basically recalibrate at all times, you have a nice little option to press a button and that recalibrates your Joy-Cons. So you can, whenever you're not tilting in a corner, well, not a corner, but whenever you're not tilting the minecart, you can just recalibrate, and that makes it a lot easier. I guess there are small optimizations in this roller coaster section. Like there are a few jumps that you can time properly in order to make sure not to lose any speed. Yeah, like what Flo did right now. That looked really cool.
Yeah.
But that saved a few seconds.
It's a pretty scary trick to go for, but yeah.
Now going Moldrack 2. No one likes it. It's like the wall collisions in this room are just so weird. Like if you make Moldrack go into a corner, it's just going to climb up the wall for some reason.
Yeah.
It's not a fun fact.
The other thing with this fight is Moldrack with a longer sword is actually harder than Moldrack with a shorter sword, because the sword likes to like bonk with Moldrack's weird collision on his claws. So sometimes if you have a long sword, it'll just bonk on his claws and you'll lose a lot of time. So this fight is actually kind of difficult. Yeah, so Flo is now off to Pirate Stronghold. The final like major part of Sandsea before obviously the sand ship. Yeah, so this is like a little mini dungeon, which isn't the hardest, but there's it can get a little scary towards the end if it goes wrong. But it basically just involves carrying around like a time shift or all throughout it. So that basically just means you can't do that much interesting movement. You just kind of have to walk with it. But
All I know about this place is that there are a lot of ancient flowers.
there are a lot of ancient flowers, yeah. There's like 5 spawns or something, more than that.
Oh yeah, there's really not much about this place other than small optimizations when, say, not killing Dekubabas, because if you just wait, they're not going to attack you. And then you just go to the end, you place down the orb, and you pick up the orb again, you throw it away, and you exit through the door you're not supposed to exit. I'm not sure how much time that saves to do that.
Not a lot, I don't think. But it is fun.
It's funny looking. Well, not funny looking, it's more like... It's just fun that you can just do that when the game doesn't want you to do that.
Yeah, so this little mini dungeon though, Yeah, there really isn't that much. This orb is just, you can't really walk that fast with it. Again, you're kind of restricted with your movement, so you just kind of have to go through the motions. There's a lot of chests in here for rando, which is nice.
Yeah, just wait. They could can't attack you.
Yeah, the last room is gonna get a little funkier because there's a bunch of BMOs, and BMOs in this game are just menaces. They are, they can kill you in like an instant because they just like, especially if there's multiple of them, they'll just like gang up on you and just annihilate your health. So you got to be a little careful around them. But this is a little cutscene skip you can do here, but just jumping over that. That cutscene trigger is like minuscule. Oh no, Jim getting the chair cutscene, the little scene.
No, I had no idea that you could just skip that cutscene by jump slashing over it. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, that one's like really tiny. It barely saves any time, but yeah, for some reason it's just really small, that cutscene trigger. But yeah, so as mentioned earlier, you're just gonna drop down this, we're gonna watch this little cutscene, and we're just gonna throw it away, the time shift orb, because we don't want to go out through that, like, the normal exit.
Also, placing down the orb, Flo made it look easy, but surprisingly easy to just place it not on the where the game wants you to put it for some reason.
I'm pretty sure you actually are supposed to have health for the Baba skip. You might have just not gotten the Cistern Heart container. Usually you have health for that. Yeah, so Flo is just going it the wrong way and is gonna go get this dowsing from here. And this dowsing is the actual reason we did all of this. We just need to get this ship dowsing. This is gonna let us like actually spawn in the sand ship and go get it. But yeah, Jim entering the shipyard right behind, or it's still pretty far behind Flo, but 64 getting his Nehru's wisdom and is about to head back to do a Nehru trial.
Oh boy, hard cancel.
Oh, yep. I think, what are we at? This is the, what, everyone's done, I think it's the 9th harp cancel? Let's see. So Flo's gonna use a little bit of clairvoyance to just find the sand chip. Hey, nice.
Everyone just got all the hard cancel this run, which is really impressive.
9 out of 9 so far. So this is the sand ship. We got an autosave in that room just because we're going to want to death warp quickly. The first like point of the sand ship is we need to just get to the basement as soon as we can. Nice frog skip by Flo. Yeah, so there's a key in the bottom we just need to go quickly grab.
And then you want to take some damage because you want to death warp after getting the small key.
And that shield bash definitely showing why runners don't always have the shield on, because one fun thing is that rolling and the shield bash have the same input, which is just shaking the nunchuck. So it's really easy to accidentally misinput rolls for shield bashes. So usually you just want to keep the shield off.
Yeah, shield is just one of those evil things in the game that saves time in some places, but otherwise it just sucks.
Yeah.
I like to think the wooden shield is waffles. Makes it very slightly better at least.
Next up, so we got the Skirvo fight coming up. This fight is not the worst. It's a little RNG based, but you just kind of gotta stab him until he falls. There really isn't too much to it, honestly.
Because a toothpick versus the big scary robot. I do have to say, this fight is a little harder on HD because how much distance you gain from each slash on HD is a lot smaller compared to the Wii version. I'm not sure why they changed that, if it was even intentional, but yeah.
Yeah, the Wii version. Yeah, just like slashing gets you just get pushed really far forward when you slash, so kind of sad that it's gone.
The bow is going to be a cool item. You know, it's cool with motion controls. There's the option to quick charge the bow by holding a button and then shaking your left Joy-Con. For some reason you don't have the option to do that on button controls at all, which is one small disadvantage of it. And coming up right here on Float's side, he's going to be dying while jumping off the ship. And for some reason, dying here is going to respawn him at his last autosave inside the sand ship. And then if you leave the sand ship, that's going to allow us climbing the mast and opening the cage that is blocking the time shift stone. That saves, I don't know, a minute or two.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's fairly easy to perform, so, you know, it's cool to do.
Yeah, the sand ship is like, it's kind of split into like a bunch of like different parts. Like the mass segment is supposed to be this like long segment where you have to go all the way to the top, but yeah, we can just skip all of it. But yeah, I'd say the sand ship is definitely, I would probably say it's the most boring dungeon in the run. There isn't that much to it. It's kind of weird, the routing through it's really complicated because the time shift mechanic really like makes the routing weird, but yeah, there's also a lot of doors. You have to open a lot of doors in the sand ship, which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of door animations. Yeah, so the first step, we want to get to the basement, and we need to do that by hitting some power generators. And so the first step to that is we just want to first open these windows to get to the higher level and change the time, because there's like some electricity blocking us from getting to the first one. So that's why we needed the boat down first place. Now we got to do this like long boat ride to hit the switch.
It's really easy to enter the sand ship. Well, enter inside the sand ship, but forget to shoot the eye and lower the lifeboat before entering it. And then you just have to backtrack all the way to the top to just lower it, and that's really slow and sad.
Yeah.
So you may not have seen it because flow is going so fast, but you can actually just turn the camera before the arrow shoots the eye of the lifeboat, which for some reason, if you don't look at it, it's not happening, so you can just easily skip the cutscene that way. So Jim is really scaring me with this low health.
That just seems to be his trend today. Consistently
scaring us. And dying here is really bad. Looks like he's fine though.
Dying here, you just have to go all the way back. Also, not getting bomb drops. Normally, you want to slash a barrel at the end to get a few bomb drops.
I'm sure he's got a plan.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's one of those like little route things that's easy to forget.
Or maybe he has a ton of bombs and figured it was a better idea not to get them.
Yeah, so Flo hit both the generators, so now he's gonna head to the basement of the sand ship. And yeah, the whole reason we're doing this is just to actually get a small key, because we need a small key to get to the boss key room, which then will let us fight the big squid.
That squid is very yummy looking.
I don't know if this is the longest or the second longest dungeon, but it is quite lengthy. I think it's the second longest. I think FS just barely beats it out.
It's difficult to say because the boss is really long.
Yeah.
Like, Tantalus is something.
I think it takes about like 5 minutes to beat, which is insane. Like, I think it's like 5 minutes from entering the boss door to the split ending.
Oh, fun fact, if you saw that little map opening there, if you enter this room with the pouch open, the game soft locks. You don't want to have the pouch open.
Really?
It does. I only know that because during the beta development of the randomizer, they were like, fix or remove the map opening before this to fix a soft lock.
Oh, interesting.
And then I tried it in the vanilla game, and indeed that was a soft lock.
Interesting.
And ever since, I've been really scared to accidentally press the R button, because it's very easy to hit on the Joy-Con on accident.
Any little Joy-Cons, yeah. It's a neat little section of this captain's cabin room where the boss key is. You gotta snipe some of these beamers. They're actually pretty hard to snipe because their hitboxes are small. That guy sees them. Uh-oh. Actually, I don't think he can. Oh, you can't hit him. now we get the squid carving. So yeah, if anyone's interested in like a bathroom break or something, you want to go get food, go take a nap, now is the time, because we don't got anything exciting coming up with this boss fight. Because, yeah, Tantalus is a fight. It's about, again, I think it's about like 5 minutes from entering the boss door. And there's a good reason for that. He's just incredibly slow, so it's easily the most boring fight of the run. And the longest, so... And it all begins here.
Oh, you know, I'm glad Boss Rush doesn't include the running all the way up the descent ship. Like all that section before the actual fight, I'm glad Boss Rush doesn't include that.
Yeah. Dissing your wiggle buddy, yeah, no, I will. I will diss Tantalus till the end of time. Yeah, so the first part of this is, yeah, it's just like an escape from the sand ship. This segment's actually kind of cool. You just kind of escape. It's not that interesting, like speedrun-wise, but, get this cool cutscene of water going up the stairs. But, the actual fight is not the best. There's this whole mechanic you're kind of seeing here of, like, shooting the tentacles, making them go away, and that's what we're gonna be, doing.
That's one fight that's a lot worse on button controls again. Because you can't quick charge a bow and you know actually like remove the tentacles that are going to be coming out of the floor by shooting a fully charged arrow. But because you can't quick charge a bow with button control, you can't quite do that.
Yeah. No, yeah, this is, I know a lot of button control runners will deliberately switch to Joy-Cons just for this fight, and then switch back to buttons afterwards. Because of how much time you could save.
That's what I used to do when I was speedrunning this game on button controls. I was learning 80% on button controls. But then I switched because I run SD and it was a lot easier to play with motion controls.
Yeah. Yeah, so this entire Tantalus fight, all it is just shoot the tentacles, wait for him to get up, shoot him, flash, wait. And that's the entire fight. Nothing else to it.
Well, I guess there's just those small optimizations with shooting the eye. Like, casually, I don't think anyone would expect you to shoot the eye so early. Like, wait for Tantalus to come down and... Oh no, Jim doesn't have bombs, does he? It's that's the issue. Oh wait, no, he's just... Oh, okay. Yeah, you do want the lifeboat up to perform this trick, I think.
Oh, he must shut it too early.
Maybe.
Probably a little bit of random muscle memory, because you do usually shoot it really early in the randomizer.
Okay, and then for Tantalus, then you want to void out to a specific point, because what that going to allow you is that the Eye of Tantalus is going to open before the hair tentacles attack you, so you have time to shoot the eye instantly instead of having to, well, slash the hair. Less food, but a faster fight.
Yeah. And I see a question in chat about like the whole sea going away. Well, I know, according to some random article I remember reading, the storm is caused by Tenlis's gargantuan size. And that's all there is to it.
That makes sense.
He's just too chunky. They need to put a storm in there. That was me misreading a period, but it's funnier the other way. We can leave that part out. Anyway, so Flo has completed the sand ship. Second to last dungeon. And now we only got about an hour left of the run. At least for Flo. We're kind of in like what I'd call the end game at this point. Well, we can kind of start calling it, where the rest of the run gets very scary. This is when like the nerves get really high.
And there's another half cancel coming up.
The final one.
Yep. It'd be quite really impressive if all 3 runners on Restream got all hard cancels. Like 12-12 would be amazing.
I don't remember. I think last year we actually were pretty close. I think we had a few missed harp cancels, but I think almost everyone got all of the harp cancels. So, I mean, hey, maybe this year, all the practice from last year is really paying off. Certainly your fault. Nah, harp cancel in this game is tough. Also, everyone is using I think everyone is using motion controls for hard cancels. A common strat for some people would be you can switch to button controls to do harp cancel, because harp cancel on button controls isn't that difficult. It's just you just need to like flick the stick and hit B at the same time, which is a lot, like, for some people is a lot easier than doing the motion input. So some people would just like, you can just switch to button controls and do it that way. It's a little slower, but that is one way to make harp cancel a little bit easier, but it's still pretty tight. It's still 2 frames. Flo also showing off the majesty that is the Thunderhead hitbox. It is very weirdly shaped.
That entrance is just wide for some reason. Like, you can fly completely parallel to the Thunderhead cloud, and you just still go inside the load zone. It's really weird. Also making use of the... I'm pretty sure he got to Volcano Scent and use his amiibo there. That's going to save some time again to not have to backtrack and fly through the Thunderhead.
Yeah, I think this is the second to last use of amiibo. We're almost done. I think it's like 2 or 3 more uses of it.
Yeah, there's one. For the only one I remember right at the top of my head is the one to get like the after getting the life tree seedling, and then of course, and then after placing the life tree fruit seedling.
Yeah.
Confusion.
Alrighty, last hard cancel for Flo. Let's see how it goes.
Hey.
Nice. Alright, 4 to 4 for Flo. Not bad. Very well done. Now we get to see the final trial. At least for this run. There's one more trial after this, but we don't have to do it in this run. So rip Skyloft trial. But so yeah, this is by far the longest of the trials. I think it's about like 3.5 minutes. Yeah, like at least in-game time, but it's longer than that not in-game time. It's pretty slow. Elden is just a kind of a huge region, and you need to go to basically every corner of it, so...
I really like the strategies in this trial, which is mostly why it's my favorite. Like, you have cool jumps, cool movement cycles, and you even have a soft lock. So I think that's really cool. You don't do the soft lock in the speedrun, but you don't want that to happen.
If you're cool, you do the soft lock. If you're not cool, you just save time. Yeah, this is definitely one of the most volatile of the trials, just because there's a lot of things that can like really easily go wrong. There's a lot of like lava you can jump in that loses like 10-15 seconds every time, so...
Yeah, if you roll through the crawl space that Flo is heading to right now in a specific way, like you can clip off bounce and then jump into the lava, and your respawn point is going to be Link falling over and over into the lava. Except the lava doesn't kill you, so you're just stuck forever and ever and ever until you reload your autosave. Until it's time for gym. But I think the barrels were pretty nice to Flo. Those barrels are sometimes called barrel dwarf because they can really easily kill you. Mostly the ones that are during the fight itself and not really running up the same chip. Like where they spawn is mostly orangey, I think.
Yeah, even the ones running up can get you sometimes, but
Yeah.
usually you're fine.
Wiggling.
So Flo almost done with the Elden trial. Just one more here to get.
That was a pretty nice trial from Flo.
Yeah, nice and clean. The reward is the fire shield earrings, which don't do all that much. Like, they're not like an actually like usable item. You just kind of have them. They just give you access to Summit, but this is one of those spots where the game actually could see a big sequence break, because the fire shield earrings, if we can get into Volcano Summit without them, then we could save a lot of time in the run. We can actually skip most of Sandship, or like the entirety, I think actually the entirety of Sandship, if we could just get past a certain fire trigger that blocks us from entering Summit early. Unfortunately, we can't do that, but if we could, it would be a really nice time save for this run. It would probably cut the time down by like 20 minutes or something.
You know,
One of
people
the
have
theoreticals.
been really creative on the different ways that this could happen. Like, theoretically, like, we had a way to get a bokoblin to this place, but then for some reason, Scout Sword, weird rooms, if the bokoblin gets past a specific point, it just disappears. So that didn't work. You know, like, we had ideas of just getting an enemy there and performing the final blow past the loading zone. That didn't work. Then with the keys, but the keys don't attack you, so you can't final blow them. It's just sad. But
Yeah.
maybe someday, it might happen.
Yeah, this game really lacks any trick to like jump farther distances than normal. Unlike like a lot of the other Zelda games, like we really don't have any way to cross big gaps. Because like we don't one of the more common ways is like bomb boosting, but bomb boosting in this game is garbage. You basically will be sent like straight down by a bomb if you get hit by it in midair, so we don't really have any ways to get far. Which is unfortunate, but and answer a quick question. This run compared to SS 90% No-Bit, it's fairly similar. The main differences are like Amiibo is one of them. Obviously, there's like the gameplay differences between HD and SD, which are the like faster text. That's one of the big ones. But the general route is almost identical. The only spots that are different are spots like Ancient Cistern, where there's alternate strats to do the same thing. So they're very similar routes. Unfortunately, SS any percent No-Bit's kind of been like dead for a while because this category is very similar. So if you want to run that category, you might as well just run this one. Save yourself like quite a bit of time. You save like I think it's like 30 minutes faster to run in this category. So like 30-40 minutes. So this is a much more category, or no, much more popular category.
So yay, the lovely Scrapper again.
Also, like the place of like the best dialogue option in the game. You can just say like "not that guy," and it's pretty good. I think it's the left option in this one.
Yeah.
I forgot there's an amiibo use here. I like Super Run. Yeah, I think you use amiibo a lot actually after this. You also do Sprout Chart tutorial skip. That's gonna come up soon enough. So.
And then, really nicely, we're definitely going to go directly to the Fire Sanctuary with the water basin. This is totally what is going to happen.
Jim and Flo are actually going to be holding hands a little bit, at least entering the Elden Pillar, but they're going to be at different statues.
Oh, Scrapper, what are you doing? Scrapper, we're supposed to go to... No? Scrapper, why did we let here? No. What? Oh, man.
Dang nabbit. We gotta go to the top.
Well, I guess we'll have to do a small trick to speed up that section. Let's just go fly to the sky. Right, that's a good plan.
Yeah, maybe he'll follow us. Coming up, one really funny thing, or I guess not really funny, but interesting thing is like, this is the only time in the entire game where text will show up on the screen when you're in control. Like this like never happens in this game, but for some reason specifically there, like text shows up while you're in control. So that's interesting, but.
Well, I guess we'll just die, you know? We're sad
Yeah.
that Scrapper didn't follow us, so we're just going to die.
Guess the run's over, so rest in peace.
Oh, hey Scrapper. Oh, I guess Scrapper was sad that we were dead because we hold the sword that contains his beloved fire.
Yeah, so for some reason, you can just die there, and then Scrapper just respawns at the top, and you can skip like half the escort. It's pretty nice.
And then we try our best to ignore all enemies. We don't want them to attack Scrapper, but if we're fast enough, hopefully they're not going to attack Scrapper and we can save some time.
What to mention,
yeah,
oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Also, hard cancel.
Yep, that was what I was gonna mention. Yep, good harp cancel by Jim. All right, we have one more harp cancel, and then we have a perfect, like a clean sheet of harp cancels.
11 of 12. Very close. If we get it, yay. But yeah, this trick is just, for some reason, if you die, you just, or rather, if you just fly there and you die, Scrapper's just going to respawn back to you. And for some, I'm not fully sure the reasons why you can't just fly back to the statue that is right next to the Fire Sanctuary entrance. Like, I don't know why Scrappers doesn't follow you there. Also, that looked really cool from flow.
It's a cool strat.
I tried to do it, but inputting the roll is definitely not easy.
It's not really. It actually doesn't really save time, just because you need to wait for the other platform to start going, so it doesn't really matter. But it does look cool.
Yeah. So very nice. He managed to get the attention of the Blue Book Goblin, and ideally you'd want to be off the platform for that to happen, so you can cover some more distance and bowl towards the gate faster. But that looked really cool. I never saw it in a run before. Also, goal skip. Oh boy. Normally here you have a trigger of a Magma that really wants to talk to you about random stuff that we really don't care about. Even the text boxes suggest that. But if you jump slash on that locked door in a specific way, and then mash A to open it, Gold will just not have time to talk to you, and we skipped it. And this skip really mostly matters in SD because of how slow the text is. On HD it sucks, but it's not nearly as bad. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think shouts to Deesh who found that trick, but yeah, I think it saves like 50 seconds on HD, and it's like only like 10 or something in this version. But Gold talks forever. Like he never shuts up. He just keeps yapping.
Isn't that when in the game you normally learn about him wanting to like help with digging or something? I don't remember.
I honestly have no idea. I don't remember that. I've never like read that text in the English version because I don't even think I've done FS in the English version in a while. Yeah, Gymnast is the current world record holder in this game.
Yeah. It's difficult to say who is the best runner, because Flo, who I think was pushing for world record at some point, or just you as well. Like, it's difficult to say who is the best runner because, especially since now Jim hasn't really speedrun the game in a really long time.
Yeah, it's hard to say who like a best runner is in a game like this, just because, like right now at least, Flo is really the main runner who's still in practice in this race. Jim kind of just showed up for this race for fun, but he's clearly a little out of practice, so it's hard to say. But obviously Jim is very skilled at the game. Obviously he has the world record right now, so. But yeah, there's no real metric to finding like the best player. So Flo is getting the one of the most annoying fights in the game, which is this double Magmanos. There's a fast strat you can do where you you can hit both of them with one water pod, but it can be a little finicky. Ah, I missed it. It's not too bad though.
And then there's a cool trick that, for some reason, if you qualify before the cutscene of the lava lowering, you can just skip it. There's a small cutscene. If you qualify, the lava level decreases, and then you just have the cutscene of the doors opening. Really cool.
Now we get the Magma Mitts, which is just the like upgraded digging mitts. You can just go into tunnels. They're pretty fun.
Yep. And then if you open your inventory, you don't actually have the model of the Magma Mitts being there. For some reason. Also, you could see why we needed 2 bottles and why we filled the water earlier. So you don't have to backtrack to another point to get more water, so you can douse the frogs when getting in the fire sanctuary.
I think. Oh yeah, Flo's going for the pillar jump. Ah, I missed it. This trick is really annoying on HD. It's kind of precise. You can do like a nice little like jump slash past this, or you can just do a front hop too.
I usually opt for the side hop method. I do find it a lot easier. It's not actually that slow because of the free cam. With a free cam, you can basically just angle angle yourself with the free camera beforehand, and then just see up and side hop. I like that method.
Yeah, I've always done the jump slash. Yeah.
I feel like the jump slash is hard to line up for sometimes. Or rather, it takes time to angle properly because it feels a little more precise. But it might just be me.
Yeah, I think I'm just so used to it. It's one of those things that, like, after a while, I'm just so used to. Because I never seen the setup for the side up, but Yeah, no. It's just one of those like tricks where I don't know like a setup for it. It's just one of those like you just kind of get it down after doing it so much.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it worked.
Oh, did Flo just jump down after dousing the frog?
Yeah, it looked like he didn't the water pod would have
Oh.
missed, but it looked like he was fine.
Yeah, if you're in the air when the frog gets doused, the cutscene is really delayed for some reason. I like to do that when I still have a ton of health so that I can damage down faster.
Yeah, so Flo went out of his way because he needs to just go get the small key, so we can do this. I haven't really explained this dungeon too much, but it's honestly really self-explanatory. It's a very just straightforward dungeon. You just kind of go to the end, so. Jim having a little bit of fun entering this pillar.
It's the mandatory fun.
I think he's a little too high. A weird little quirk with this game instead of SD is that you can't enter pillars from very high up. You literally have to be at the barrier, like the cloud barrier, in order to hit a pillar. Did 64 just clip through sand chips?
I was not paying attention. What?
Yeah, he just got clipped through the sand chips. Nice.
Interesting.
That's a new one. New way for Tennis to screw you over.
So hey, it's Marge Simpson. Hello, Plats, also known as Marge Simpson.
Hey, what is that? Tennis? What happened there?
I need to look at the VOD for that. I wasn't.
Yeah, that looks
attention.
very weird.
Let's see. Oh, the image of Marge Simpson that I photoshopped on top of Let's.
You got this like sus lava escape where this is another thing that if you I've definitely never missed ever before in my life. I've never like ran out of stamina here and then died. But this isn't actually very tight. Like you have plenty of time to make it to the end. So as long as you don't run out of stamina, you're fine. Yeah, every time. Never failed it. Never once.
Oh, scrap,
the
I'm
love
not
it.
behaving.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Flo did it really well, so we didn't really talk about the scrapper escort too much, but yeah, this section can be really stupid sometimes. Usually you can just get past those guys without like them bothering scrapper too much, but sometimes they don't cooperate.
I'm jumping down to the top platform. Not sure how it exists.
Now we get the infamous double as Alphos fight. We have a lot of health, so it's not like a risk of dying here, but this fight is notorious for ending runs. Especially in like the Wii categories when you only have 2 hearts when you're here. They sometimes they just end your soul.
Especially when they attack you at the same time, when you're shield bashing. Like for me, there's always one of them that somehow manages to damage my shield when they attack at the same time. Also, that fight, this is unrelated because it's more for the randomizer, but if you do like the advanced strategy to kill it with the bombs, well, that fight is terrible. Like, you have to wait for them to attack you, but if you don't have a lot of health, you have to dodge the attack at the same time. It's a terrible strategy. I hate it.
Killing those out with bombs is just that is more fun.
So
This little puzzle.
Yeah.
Or you can go ahead, yeah.
You can see Jim waiting before killing those two archers. It's in a case where they drop arrows. That way you can collect the arrow drops before they despawn. Also, nice golden skull. It's the second one in Jim's run. There was one earlier for
Filthy rich Jim. Now we got Trolldorm on Flo's side. This fight is awful. Moldorms in this game are not nice. It's basically just like a... Yeah, they're just like a giant ball of RNG. Wherever they go is basically just up to chance. He didn't see him, wow. That's unfortunate.
I hate that fight so...
Yeah, not bad from Flo's side.
They're pretty nice.
That's one of those spots that can really... really mess you up if you get some bad luck. The Moldorm could just completely, wreck your run. FS isn't the hardest dungeon, mechanically, but it does have a lot of RNG in it, so it can be a little annoying.
Also, hard cancel? Co-op bows. That's an emote. Yay!
Hey!
12 out of 12!
Not bad. So not a single missed hard cancel on stream today. Not bad.
That's really impressive. Nice Toad.
The Flo entering the final boss door of the run. Now we got G2, which is a bit of a weird fight. It's just this one's also complete RNG. It's kind of like G1, except it's kind of even worse. There's even more RNG in this fight than there is in the first Gyurem fight. So let's see how this goes. I want him to not give you any darts.
You can basically slash Graham whenever. Unless, the one time where Graham won't let you slash him is when he's licking his sword, and then you have to slash him in two different ways, so then you can have a gap where he'll let you slash him.
Yeah. And so Flo made quick work of that boss fight, and now he's off to the fun boss. So now it's time for, this is the true endgame. So now we're done with all the dungeons, now we need to go first fight in Prison 2, and then we gotta go start the Song of the Hero quest to do the big glitch at the end. So, yeah, it's Imp 2 time. The suspicious avocado has grown arms.
That avocado is really sus. So the reason why we call it sussy avocado is because if you look at the imprinted one, it actually kind of really looked like an Among Us character. Sorry, now this is in your head. I'm sorry.
It looks like an Among Us in our hearts. Yeah, Flo's on a very solid run right now. Definitely record chance. Yeah, so we're coming up to like probably, I think what a lot of people would say the hardest fight of the run is, which is Imp 2. This fight is just a mess. There's a strat you can do with like a jump slash to stay on his head for all 3 cycles, but it's pretty precise. So, and it goes wrong very often, so hopefully all runners can get it without too many issues.
And then you have Bruce waffling about his Bruceinator that we won't be using. Hopefully. Hopefully, if the fight goes well.
To be fair, he did create an entire catapult in like 2 hours, but you know what? That's pretty impressive. First, yeah, you got the fingies. You want to slash his fingers so he does like this charge attack.
It's the marshmallows.
First jump slash. Second one. Alright, now we should be home free.
Yay!
Nice.
And he got a backflip. Even better.
Spicy kebab.
You know, I have failed a bite on the last cycle before because motion control's weird and for some reason didn't want to do a vertical up to down spin attack. And then I was sad. So,
I have done that too, yeah. It's really sad when that happens.
the jump slashes, like, for some reason they delay when the cutscene plays, which allows you to get some time to place yourself forward on the head. Or like, normally if you don't do that, the imprisoned is going to just throw you off its head. Which is what's so important about them. I don't know, you're in the air, and when you're in the air, cutscenes play weird.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Alright, so Flo now making his way back to Seal Temple and gonna get True Master Sword, and so this is kind of where we get our final quest of the run, which is just we gotta like go talk to Kapora and so this along with the hero. And so basically the past 3.5 hours have been trying to get to this point, and from here we can do the endgame stuff, which is gonna let us do like again we're gonna do a big glitch using one of the Song of the Hero part like sections.
Actually, coming up is like the most boring section of the run.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty decent like cutscene segment, but then it gets real again.
Yes. Now hopefully the run doesn't die too. Weird Earthbound germ thingy. Wait, no spoilers. It's not happening yet. Not really. All you want to do is head to the Lanera Gorge, and you see, and you want to escort a minecart to get back to the past stage. And you have a big thunder dragon cart thing, and they're sick. He's about to die, so we have to save him. After saving him, we're actually going to have fun and fight a boss again for some reason. Right now, Flo is in the lead by about 10 minutes, I'd say. 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah. So Flo's about to do one of the most like annoying tricks of the run, which is the spiral tutorial skip. To do it, after we talk to these people, we got to do a really annoying dive to a lower, to a diving platform lower down on Skyloft. Because when you're in the waterfall cave during the spiral charge, normally when you're in the spiral charge tutorial, like when you're about to do it, you can amiibo warp, but if you enter the waterfall cave, it'll allow you to amiibo warp. And because the game just gives you the spiral charge attribute immediately when you trigger the tutorial, you can amiibo warp away and then just skip, get out of doing the tutorial. The annoying part is that you have to do a really annoying dive, so hopefully Flo can get it.
And this dive is actually exclusive to motion controls.
Yeah, very nice.
But that's, yeah, very nice. Very nice dive. Button controls has a way of performing, well, not performing, but skipping the tutorial as well, which I believe is about 10 seconds slower. So it's not that huge of a deal. The other method is also a lot simpler. Well, not simpler, but it's easier to perform.
So now Flo just has to go to the lumpy pumpkin because now we need to go get the pumpkin soup because we're gonna go fight Levias. This is honestly the final boss when it comes to this run, where Levias is just awful. It's a really annoying fight. It's really easy to die, and a lot can go wrong. It's RNG dependent, so it'll be interesting. But first, we just gotta get the soup.
Yum yum. It's from Kina soup.
Yeah, and so the spiral charge is actually a little bit faster than normal like the normal charge when you're flying the bird. It's very like it's like a negligible difference, but it is a little bit faster. Fun little bit of trivia.
You know, I was always wondering about the speed of that because it feels somewhat slower to do it.
Yeah, I think the animation looks a little different. I think it's like just because the animation looks a little different, but I believe it is faster.
Interesting. No, I said pom kina soup, you know, because pom in kina is like a pun for pumpkin. I just said pom kina. Sorry, Golden.
It took me a very long time to realize that pun. I thought they were just named weirdly.
I just thought about it because someone mentioned it recently. Hopefully the fight goes well. You don't actually have to... So normally you have to pop all the eyes. Well, the game expects you to pop all the eyes with the bird, which is... It's terrible to control. You don't want to do that. Ideally you just want to pop the bad orangey ones, and then the rest you can just pop by using your butt.
You're gonna have to get this one behind, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible orangey that he got.
And then this is the annoying part of Levias, because getting, like, hitting the eyes can just be really awkward. I think got it.
Yeah. And because of how Levias sways around in the sky, like if you're on 2 hearts and get hit by the tail, you just die.
Yeah.
Which is a huge time loss and sad. I always like to have a few safety hearts, and then I can just damage down during the fight without losing time.
Yeah, and Levias has like he has like a tail whip attack, which he can do. He just like he has some gigantic attacks, which are just completely unfair. Like they'll just hit you from anywhere. So.
Hey, this is actually something really cool in HD. Like on SD you can, well not really cool, but we actually get to see Battle Sight on HD. On SD you can, for some reason if you just land on that platform and get close to middle, then you get an invisible Battle Sight and fight it without seeing it. Not sure why this works, but I guess it just does.
Yeah, it's a shame that it doesn't work in HD, because the invisible biosight is pretty cool, but...
I mean, the enemy is cute. That's fine. I like cute things. So yay, Jim is done with the Fire Sanctuary. And then 64 is fighting the scary Lizalfos. This one is fine. It's like it's alone. It's not that bad. Oh, I guess we didn't quite talk about the quick beetle trick in this room. If you place down a bomb and then rapidly take out the hook beetle and navigate to this bomb, you can barely explode the rocks and make the lava flow. Normally you have to grab bombs from somewhere else in the room, but this is faster and so much cooler, even though precise. You know, it's cool to do it. And now that we're done with Levias, we can do the boring section of the run. With quite a few time saves, actually. This escort is basically just an auto-scroller, so the best you can do is not lose time and void out and select specific places to make the minecarts go faster.
Yeah, this is one of the sections of all time. It just... It's kind of unfortunate that this is still in the run, because of all the Song of the Hero parts, this is by far the least fun, and we skipped the other two, but it's alright.
Also, you really don't want to die in this section. If you're somehow low health when getting there, like, it's surprisingly easy to damage to some random things.
Yeah.
If you die, then you have to start over, and that's the worst thing that could happen in your run. It's definitely not happened to me before. Definitely not.
Yeah, I think I had like one run die here, but if you die in Minecraft Escort, usually you just give up. Generally that run is not continuing.
It's really demotivating.
Yeah. It's about, like, it depends on where you die, but like if you die in the end, it's about a 7-minute time loss, so it's just awful. And it's very common to die in the end, because the end is the actually difficult part when it comes to like the obstacles. In the beginning, it's just like, oh, okay, a few bokos. And this robot keeps talking even after his death. Rest in peace. But yeah, so this section, again, it's just an auto-scroller. It's just this.
If Flo was trying to void out, there's actually a small gap in the collision, where the door is. It didn't look like he got a jump, but he didn't quite clip out of bounds, unfortunately. It's a newer one that most people haven't noticed before. I'm not sure how much time it... Yeah, I don't know how much time it would save, but... It looks cool when it happens. And then you want to void out the... Well, now it won't really save time.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one saves like 2 seconds at best. Oh, that was so evil.
Killing the boko the cool way. Oh, shoutouts to Clawshot Collision. This is like the one Zelda game where the when you're using the claw shots or like the hook shot, you actually have collision when you're like flying. Because in pretty much every other Zelda game, when you use the like hook shot or claw shot, you just are completely like immune to collision. You can just go through everything. In this game, they decided that's not how they want to do it, and it's really annoying because a lot of the time you'll get caught when you're claw shotting something and you'll fall, and so it just makes claw shotting really annoying sometimes.
That's when you really see that the collision in Skyward Sword is great.
Yeah, sometimes the collision is too solid, and it just you just get clipped on things like you shouldn't. Like there's a lot of times when you'll claw shot like in Linearu, and then you'll just land on like you just won't get to the target. It'll like land before you hit a ledge or something, and you're just like, why am I here?
Oh, Flo scared me with not getting a standard approach. Also, nice wall sliding. If you just stand close to where the vines end, you can just slide like that. It doesn't do much, but it's very funny looking. This one, I think, how much time does this one save? I don't fully remember.
This one saves a lot, I think. I think it's like a lot more than the other one.
Like 15 seconds or something.
Yeah. And we're actually gonna see one more use of brake sliding. We haven't seen brake sliding in quite a while, but we are gonna use it like one more time. And coming up, this is the complete like most boring room in the game, by the way. This is exhilarating gameplay.
I like to try to kill the keys, but I can never do it. Right now, Flo is first, Kato. By about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Quite a big leap.
And this is a quick shout to Michelle the Gate. The one gate that does not have a cutscene attached. Legendary.
I like that name. Sounds good, like Michelle the Gate. That's a great name.
I don't remember if it was Jace who came up with it, or... I remember I got it from Jace. I don't know if it was Jace who named it, but...
According to Yao, it seems to be.
Yeah. Shout out to Jace.
Oh, did Jim fail
Oh, yeah. Looks like he's, gonna have some Spiral Charge fun. This is that one part... This is, like, the one part of the game that, like, I refuse to learn properly. Like, I have no idea the route for the Spiral Charge tutorial, because you never... Like, there's no category where you actually have to do it. So I'm just like, I refuse. I have had, like, a bunch of runs happen where, like, I miss this and I do it anyway. But, yeah, this is what happens. Like, this is what you should do if you miss the tutorial skip. You should just do the tutorial. Yeah, this auto-scroll, yeah, it is a lot harder than it looks. Because, yeah, this room specifically is where it gets real. Like, there's a lot of easy spots to take damage and die. Good tutorial by Jim.
Very nice.
Alright, so this is the final stretch of the escort. You just gotta deal with this Deku Bomb. There's that you can actually just like use the not bomb, like there's like a bomb flower spawn over there you can also use for this. You don't actually need to use this bomb, but unlike in other categories, it doesn't really matter for this one because you don't need any more bombs at this point. Did you pick up the piece of Heart 64? Nice.
Safety box.
Yeah, so Ray is now done with the tutorial. And so I think it's finally time we explain the end game. So real quick, just Flo before anything is gonna go talk to the Thunder Dragon, go get the Life Tree Seedling and plant it in Farron. So it's just gonna be a bunch of flying. But so this end game coming up is gonna be pretty intense. What's gonna happen basically is we're gonna do a trick called Gear Him 3 out of bounds, which is we're gonna activate the boss rush minigame, which the Thunder Dragon gives you, and start the Gear Him 3 fight. Then we're gonna do a glitch to get out of bounds in that fight and reach a bird statue that you can't normally get to, which we're gonna use to reload, and then basically just put us in the actual Gear Him 3 fight. That is gonna allow us to, like, after doing a bunch of other things, we'll get to beat Gear Him 3, and then we'll basically just be able to beat Demise immediately after that and beat the game. So, the entire point of what we've been doing this entire time is we're trying to get to this point. We're trying to get to the point where we can access the boss rush minigame.
So this is only possible on Hero Mode, because Hero Mode actually allows you to have access to the Gear 3 fights, which, because you beat the game before, the game considers, hey, now you can have access to that, but in normal mode you can't do that, because, well, it's just not there. So, a cool other advantage of starting with Hero Mode.
Yeah, Hero Mode's many uses. Yeah, and Jim, gonna have some fun with Levias. I didn't get whapped in the face.
I think he's trying to take some damage.
Oh, you know what, he might be, yeah.
But Levias is just flying too fast, it seems.
Levias will never cooperate. I guess these eyes don't really have collision, so.
Nice shot. Also, I guess we did not mention that the reason why we want to damage down is because where Levias is after you defeat Beltsite is pretty much RNG, and because of how slow it is to fly in the Thunderhead, if you can Death Warp, then you respawn right next to the Thunderhead entrance, which is a lot faster.
Yeah, it's also less RNG, because what's something annoying about that is, like, where Levias will spawn after the fight is actually just kind of luck-based. So he can either give you a really good spawn and, like, it would be faster than the Death Warp, or he'd just give you a terrible spawn, and it's really disheartening if you get, like, a terrible spawn and lose, like, 45 seconds. Alright, so Flo's heading back to Lineru, and we're gonna finish up the game at this point.
Yep, this is totally where the game ends.
For us, at least.
Yes. You know,
Also,
who
thank you.
needs... Oh no, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you to Allison for the raid party of 18, by the way. Welcome on in.
Oh, yes. Welcome, Raiders. These bonus will indeed need the luck.
Oh, nice Jim.
Oh no. He had like the invincibility frames, but he used his last bomb, so he can't Death Warp. And that's unfortunate.
So, Garam 3 escape for Flo. So this is we're gonna do something that looks really stupid, which is just gonna be, we're gonna hang off this ledge for a while. He's just gonna sit there. And then when Ghirahim gets back up, he's gonna jump down, and we're gonna repeat this process.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's the same concept. The only difference really is because like how much forward distance you get from slashing your sword each time, so it makes it a little more precise on HD compared to SD. But the principle is the exact same. Looks good.
Yep. Nice.
Nice. Okay, first part of the escape is good. So now this is going to put us into the real fight when we reload the autosave. Yep, no more minigame. The real fight. Huge secrets break.
Now we get the butt slide, the most infuriating trick in the game. This thing just refuses to work a lot of the time.
Okay, and then weird hop, weird collision. For some reason we can hop right through the fence.
I don't know if Flo has a
This-
setup for this.
I've never seen that setup before. But I'm sure Flo knows what he's doing. Very nice.
There we go. Yeah, there's a bunch of other setups you can use. No, yeah, this isn't the normal setup. There's other setups you can use, like involving like I use one that involves like the hearts.
I use one that involves C up. Oh, down thing.
Yeah.
I basically use the same setup as I use on the Wii. And then because Really Nice Game wants you to be able to final blow Garen from basically everywhere, you can just final blow him right over the fence.
And now we got our victory lap. At this point, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, the stun lock with the TMS is so much easier, especially on hero mode, because Scout Strike basically just charges instantly. Also, you don't have to stab him 10 quadrillion times.
Right, and off to demise.
The strategy for demise is like quite like Demise basically has no RNG, so you basically get the same strategy every single day. Which is really convenient in speedruns. If you want to, like, because it has no RNG involved, you can even do it blindfolded, which is really cool. Times coming soon. And GG to Flow. That's a new world record. That's insane on race.
Nice. 6 seconds.
GG
on his
Flow.
splits. It's a 357.53. Nice. GG's.
This is insane. Congrats, Flo.
Yeah, great run.
That was a great run. There were like no major mistakes at all in this run.
Yeah, so Jim and 64 still decent ways behind, so they're still gonna have some time to finish, but yeah. And it was the I think Flo forgot to hit done on race time, but the official time on his splits again is a 3:57.53.
So it looks like the Imprison 2 wasn't too nice to 64. That's fine because we got to see some grooves.
Yeah, so Jim just finishing up the minecart escort. Having a bit of fun.
You know, those spikes are actually the ones that scare me the most in runs. Like, you can just take 2 hearts of damage like that by going too fast. Or then going too slow and get damaged by the electric wires.
Yeah, it's those things if you're not careful. I remember when I was really young playing this game, I had the same thing where I died very many times to those Beyblades.
Oh yeah, casually I died.
Favorite.
I hated this escort casually. I was like, I hated it. The fact that you have to start it all over again is just the worst thing ever. We get some cruise content on Flo's credits.
I mean, the cruise wasn't very loose the entire run, but in the credits you get to see a lot of them.
True. So maybe we'll get some hop play. Right, 64 off to the spell charge tutorial. So with only 2 hearts, which is... I don't know which method 64-bit usually goes for this. But if he goes for Levias with 2 hearts, that's a little scary.
Yeah. Jim finishing up the escort, so he's out of the boring prison, now gets to enjoy the endgame.
The fun ending. Honestly, even for like the Dira stuff and being like just playing for funsies, that's still a pretty good pace from Jim.
Yeah.
Like, that's a solid run for a Trin G3.
Yeah, this run's tough. This is a... It may not look super crazy because there's not a lot of like major glitches, but this run, just the sheer amount of small things put together makes this run really difficult. So even just getting through it one time could be a real challenge.
I like the amiibo sync between 64 and Jim.
Very synced, wow. Yeah, Jim's still in a comfortable lead though.
Yes.
About 1 minecart escort. Actually, not even. Like a little, like maybe like 2 mine. No, not. I actually don't know. It's maybe 2 minecart escorts ahead. It's my new unit of measurement.
It's a good one.
And as it looks, Flo is gonna have finished about 3 minecart escorts ahead of Jim. Assuming nothing goes horribly wrong in the ending. And then maybe it could be a 4th.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, you never know with G3 Escape. That trick can be volatile. See, now I wonder how far is the distance the minecart travels in the minecart escort?
Oh, that's a good question. How would we go about ensuring that? Maybe by, like, comparing it to Link's height or something.
Yeah. At least 4 meters. You see, that... Now we should calculate this. I'm not sure how we would. But... Do we know Link's height in this game? I don't think so.
There's gotta be some estimates on websites online. I'm sure. Maybe.
Yeah, my favorite unit of measurement now, in both time and distance, should be a 1 minecart escort. Yeah, so Jim, finally heading back to Gorge. Gonna be finishing up soon. 64, heading off to the whale.
This is another spot where the instant text in the randomizer is just, not the randomizer, the HD version is just so apparent. This text is like a 30-something second text sequence. Not even 30, it's like a 40-second text sequence in SD, but they are in a blink of an eye. Alright, so Gear Him 3 escape for Jin. Yeah, not much to do. This trick is pretty scary, but it only really gets scary towards the end, because if you don't knock Gear Him down fast enough, if you see here, like, the platform when Jim drops down, it's gonna start, like, moving away from the wall. If you wait too long, it's gonna start rising, and the whole point of this trick is we're trying to get lower, because every time you knock Gear Him down, the platform gets a little bit lower. So the difficult part about this is you need to knock Gear Him off the platform fast enough so it doesn't raise enough. Because there's a void plane directly under you, and if the void plane is too high, then you can't make it to the statue without voiding, so... It just makes this whole section a little scary, but... the setup looks good by Jin.
So, very fun fact that doesn't really do anything to the trick, but if you repeatedly target by hanging off the ledge, the camera can actually go below Link, and then it looks very funky. Oh, it's
Yeah, this might not work. It's a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how much health Jim has. He might be able... Yeah, he can still go for it. That's fine.
Yeah. So unfortunate.
Yeah, if you void out, you just go back to the top, so you have to do the waiting again. Waiting is fun.
This trick is, like, honestly hell when you're doing it, like, in the end of the run. Like, I can only imagine what Flo was thinking during this trick. Because you're just sitting there with your thoughts stressed out of your mind on record pace, being like, oh god, Gear Him, just get up already. Even, like, the end of this run. The entire minecart escort segment isn't really that difficult, but it is very stressful at the end of, like, a record pace run.
Especially on that pace, and you still have Demise.
Yeah.
I know, even, Demise is not a hard fight in speedruns at least, but... Like, one mistake would have killed the record, so that's... I can imagine the pressure. Alright. Hopefully Germ doesn't attack him this time. Okay, no, this one looks good.
Yeah.
If
This should
you...
work.
Yeah, as long as you attack him right away, you should be fine. Then you don't want to take too long before interacting with statue, because if you wait too long, the platform rises and then you void out. But usually you're not going to take longer than a few seconds to just interact with the statue. Thankfully. So that you can see different setup with the hearts and the diamonds.
Yeah.
That angle looks off.
Yeah. It's funny, because I think literally, like, I know Flo did a completely different setup than I do. This is also not the setup I do, the one that Jim's doing. I think JD do a different setup than I do, too. Everyone kind of has their own setup for this trick.
Yeah, I just see up myself. I used to not set up at all, but then I realized that the timing for jumping through the fence was different if I did that. Also nice.
Very nice by Jim.
Equipping the waffle shield.
Yeah, so Jim on his victory lap. 64-bit landing layer, about to go do the escort.
Everyone's gotta go through the Bronx section. Unfortunately. See, it's during this portion of the credits that you can play the harp. I think.
Yeah, I've never seen that. It's wild.
Hey, you just hold A and move the Joy-Con and... Whoa, music! I wonder what's happening in the background, like, behind these credits cutscenes, for that to work.
Yeah, it's true, actually, I'm not sure. It might just be like a movie file or something. Though, I don't know. Maybe just like load it in like an invisible room.
Yeah.
Zelda about to go into the Earth Temple, except, like, no.
Oh, those cutscenes make so much sense. Not like we skipped everything or anything. Nope.
See, it's crazy to me that Zelda figured out a way to skip the entirety of Earth Temple. She just skedaddled right through it real quick.
No, actually, we should just get caught by bokoblins to skip right to the end.
I wish.
And disguise
No more
ourselves
people.
as Zelda, so they think we're Zelda. But we're not.
I guess speaking of skedaddling, when we were talking, Jim just casually got his way to demise, so,
He's doing the
Okay.
shield strats. The harder strats that are also slower, but I think they look cooler.
I would agree, they do look way cooler than the shield strats.
Like, you do the special invincible backflip and then jumps strike right back.
These style points are second to, or no, speed is second to style points, sorry. But alright,
And
and
GG to Jim.
GG's to Jim. And it looks like we will be getting Jim for the interview, so... Yeah, so Jim finishing with a final time of a 4:15:51. Or 50, I guess. Congrats. Hello.
Hello.
Good game.
How we all doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. I mean, that was a great race to watch. I mean, Flo got a record in the race, so it was
Yeah, new record by 6 seconds.
yeah.
Pretty cool. Clearly this means we should race this game more often.
I agree. I mean, the other thing is that there was everybody, not a single person missed a harp cancel, at least on Restream. We got 12 out of 12 today, so
Oh, yo, let's go.
I think that was our sign from the gods that a record was happening today. But yeah, so what do you think of your run, Jim?
I mean, for not really playing at least like the any % speedrun, I thought it was fine, more or less. I think dying to Scaldera was probably the one thing that I was like, oh, that I probably should have realized I did not have enough health for that.
It happens.
But yeah, all the other mistakes I was like, kind of just expected.
Yeah.
General routing rust and whatnot. So I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
Was happy to join.
Obviously, I think what HD turns 3 today, or not today, in 2 days. This is not
In
actually
2
the
days,
anniversary,
yeah.
but yeah, in 2 days. But yeah, I mean, kind of cool to see how far this game's gone. I mean, been cut down quite a bit since it's released. I mean, yeah, it's hard to schedule a race, like a 4-hour race on a Tuesday. So yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately we chose today, but I think today was still a fantastic day and a fantastic race. But yeah.
Alrighty, Rue gamers. If there is nothing else to say, we are actually going to end it here. If I could find the right button. There it is. Yes, thank you everyone for coming out for the Skyward Sword HD Any% anniversary race. Thank you for our commentators, Jaznix and Jade. You two did amazing. Congratulations, Flo, on first place with a new world record. The time that's listed there is not accurate. We will get that fixed in race time post-race. It was actually, I think, a 3:57:53. Congratulations on that world record. And shout out to the rest of the runners too. Jim, 64, Ray, and Andy. We appreciate you all so much. We are gonna go ahead and raid Raystorm Thunder, who is still trucking along.
I believe Raystorm is actually learning the route as he's going, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go show Ray, a beloved member of this community, lots and lots of love and appreciation. Yeah, thank you all for coming out, and we'll see you next time on ZSR. Bye!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.